and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Good evening and welcome to Perry High School for the 2021 Chagrin Valley Conference Football Media Day. I am Steve Hare with OhioVarsity.com and the CVC Sports Information Director. Looking forward to talking some football with our CVC teams today. It is officially game week, gentlemen. First up, we are going to have Coach Chip Sorber and the Geneva Eagles. Coach, go ahead and introduce the players you brought with you today, and then just give us a quick little overview what you can expect this year.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Glad to be here. I brought 3 of our 4 captains with us today. Over here to my right, your left, is senior Brady Pete. He'll be a 3-year letter winner. Plays on both sides of the ball. He's a running back and he's a linebacker. Right next to me, right here, is Gavin Udenis. He's going to be a 2-year letter winner. He's obviously one of our 3 captains as well, and he plays on the offensive line, and he's one of our linebackers. All the way to the outside is Wyatt Fuderich. He is our quarterback and plays free safety for us. He will be a 2-year letter winner as well, and 3 of our 4 captains. We're excited about this year coming up. We do have some positions to fill as usual. Being a small school like we are, we did graduated a solid senior group a year ago. We have a decent senior group this year. We have a lot of skill in our senior group. We are maturing some younger linemen out of the sophomore and junior class. But we have a lot of skill in our sophomore class as well, which has been apparent throughout our scrimmages and our 7-on-7. So we're going to be a mix of old and new on the field this year, and the sooner we can mature up front on both lines, offensively and defensively, will be a big part of how successful we are this year. We have the potential there. It's just going to be how quick we mature as a team, and we as a team ourselves define what our brand is going to be. With the shortened summer practices, with the week out of it, it kind of makes you have to kind of figure out who you are a little bit faster, and I'm not exactly sure we're there yet. I'm hopefully that, after Friday night we will know exactly who we're going to be.
I know you've got a few years under your belt now as the head coach at Geneva. One of the big things for you is a culture shift, just getting these guys to believe every year and putting in the work. And, you've graduated a couple really good classes, but you've got that culture kind of embedded now. How important has that been?
Steve, to us, that's the most important thing. As we were talking about this at my house before we left here, one of the biggest things, part of our culture, is we have to be tough. We have to be hard-nosed kids. We're not always going to be the most talented team on the field. So things that surround our culture is the building of the off-season program, that toughness, that never give up, that tenacity that we need to have. And you're right, we win a lot of games on that alone. We've seen it. We've witnessed it, where we're being dominated in the first half of a playoff game. We get into the second half of that playoff game, and it's like a totally different game because our guys just now know how to hang in there. They know how to fight, and they're not going to quit. This year will be an interesting challenge. Part of our culture is maturing our young guys, and that's going to be probably a bigger part of bringing these guys along, is that they need to mature a little bit quicker than we would normally want them to. But you're right, our culture has come full circle. It is where we like it to be, and it does carry the day for us.
All right, and Brady, let's start with you over there. Talk a little bit of offense. I know in the past, Coach would report scores, and Pete was always in that in the statistics there, tearing up the opponent. And so you've got some big shoes to fill just from within your family, but taking on a big role there on the offense. How you feeling about the 2021 season?
I mean, I feel like we got a lot of, we got some shoes to fill from last year. We went 8-2 last year, won 2 playoff games, and I'm a senior now. I got to lead the team, especially on offense too, because we're going to have some underclassmen rotating in at the skill positions on offense. So I feel like we got to have some senior leaders on the offense. So I don't know. I feel like I got to lead the team. I don't know.
Let's go over to Gavin. No offense is going to be successful without the big guys up front. Talk about that crew and just, how excited you guys are to bang helmets with some guys in other colored jerseys.
We're really excited. And like Coach Sorber said, we need to mature up front. We have some underclassmen up there. But I think, if we stay with the program, we listen to coaches and stuff, I think we'll be all right.
And Wyatt over there, talk a little bit of defense. You're a DB, all-conference performer last season. How much better did you get off during the off-season?
Oh, well, since last year, I think I've gained like 20 pounds. So I think that's big for me. Like, I've gained so much mass that it's going to help a lot, I think, like coming up playing in the run and stuff. So that's definitely big. I think just capitalizing off last year, I think I played really well. I got put in there like last year, didn't play any varsity my sophomore year, and I think I did pretty good, and I think building off that will be very big this year.
And then whoever wants to take this one is, obviously every team's going to have some holes to fill, some strengths, some weaknesses. You're going to have to find those strengths early and maximize them. Have you found them yet? Do you know what you're going to rely on this season?
Yeah, I'm going to rely on these guys right here by me on each side of me. But I'm really excited about our quarterback position with Wyatt moving into that position this year. We had a 2-year starter there that was a very good quarterback for us. And he was a great runner and a great leader and as hard-nosed as you'd want your quarterback to be. Wyatt happens to have all those attributes as well, but he's a little more balanced where he's accurate with being able to throw the ball, and his decision making is very quick and very alert. So I'm really, really excited about our Wyatt at quarterback. I'm kind of excited about expanding our offense a little bit. We do have a lot of skill guys with a little bit of wiggle that we'll want to get the ball to, and it's the same thing on the defensive side of the ball. Our back end of our defense is very, very, very solid. Our linebackers are very, very solid. It's going to be, the maturation of our defensive linemen. So there's a lot to be excited about with this group for sure, and the expectations are high.
Wyatt, you're an all-conference defensive back. Now you're taking over the reins at quarterback. What are you feeling right now as the start of game week approaches?
Oh, I'm really pumped up. I've been waiting a long time to finally get on the field as a quarterback, so I think it's really exciting. Get to go out there, play on the Kentucky Bluegrass Friday night, so it'll be fun.
And going back to Brady, offensively, you're breaking in a new quarterback. How much pressure does that put on the skill guys to make sure they take care of business every time they get a touch?
Wyatt's been my quarterback since like 3rd grade, so I think we'll be all right. I think his first year of football, he was on my team, and I remember he got every touchdown called back for holding. That's just something I remember from 3rd grade.
He was a lineman?
No, he was a quarterback. Yeah, but yeah, so I think we'll be all right because he was our quarterback all through middle school, freshman year, JV. I think we'll be perfectly fine.
Gavin, you guys lost some big guys up front. Is that something that the guys filling in are a little bit nervous about, or are they ready for that challenge?
I don't think they're nervous. I think, with us seniors as leaders, we'll get them ready. Obviously we lost some size up front. We lost some seniors that started up there, but I think with us seniors, we'll lead them and we'll get them ready.
Coach, going back to you, obviously every team's going to graduate seniors, going to graduate key players at skill positions and on the offensive and defensive lines. You returned 6 guys with all conference recognition last year, so you have a solid core to build on. Any new guys that are going to step in that you're excited about?
Yeah, actually, you keep talking about chemistry and all this stuff, and really that's what we're all searching for here for the most part, is trying to get that chemistry together. But yeah, I'm excited to see we have a sophomore that's a cornerback, and he's going to play some split end for us. He will be a quarterback down the line. Luke Smith, very, very promising athlete, just tends to make a lot of plays. One of our players that is not here that I should mention that's on one of those is Clayton Queen, our 4th captain. I mean, he is much like Wyatt here. His body has just really transformed with his 4th year in the lifting program, and I'm really excited about Clayton Queen and the things he's going to be able to do with his improved speed, size, and strength. We have a couple other youngcomers. I think we have a guy up front that's going to be very, very good, Jackson Furlan. He's a sophomore. He's a 280-pound kid with very good feet. But again, it's gonna take a while for him to figure it out. They're sophomores for a reason, but the potential there is very, very, very big. And we do have a whole slew of other sophomores that are going to see the field at different times. Matt Wright, very promising sophomore, will see the field at times, and they're just a pretty good group. We have a very talented group of those sophomores, so they're going to blend in nicely with this senior group. They seem to give us the beef up front and skill, meshing with a couple linemen we have out of our senior group and that skill. I think it's going to be a good marriage.
All right, now, and before I let the Eagles go, let me just hear from all of you. Goals. I mean, what do you guys? Everyone wants to win a state title. That's a dream, and then there are you've got to have little goals along the way. What do you start from the left to right? What are your individual goals and team goals?
So I'd have to start off by individual goals. Is I want to rush for more than my older brother, and but I think you 1240 or something like that. Yeah, but yeah, so more yards than him, and then. Team goals, there's a couple of them. First off is beating Madison in 5 days. Second goal, CVC championship. I don't think we've had a CVC championship since you've been coaching here. I don't know.
Ever.
And then, playoffs for sure. Actually winning playoff game, actually. So
I was going to say everybody makes the playoffs now.
Right,
So
yeah.
All right, Coach?
Individual goals to make it through the year as always, and to do the best job I can for my team, but really, it all for us, it all hinges, on August 20th, playing Madison. It all starts there. It's like getting that first hit of a baseball game, and nothing else happens unless we get off the road there. And you can throw the talent out the windows. You can throw everything out the windows now. That first game is going to be an absolute slugfest between, two communities that are very similar to each other. And like I said, it's not about talent or who has the better players anymore. It comes down to who has the most heart. So to me, that game is going to show me how much heart we have as a football team, and that's very critical.
All right, Gavin, you're up.
Well, I don't really think I have any individual goals for the season, but team goals, obviously, like they said, beat Madison, win some playoff games like we did last year. I want to keep the tradition going. Just again, like Brady said, win the CVC and just win some football games, have fun.
All right, and Wyatt?
I don't really have any specific individual goals. I think just build off last year on defense, and then just make a name for myself on offense. Play quarterback. But I think just basically what they said too. Beat Madison for sure. That's the number one right now. So, and then as we go on, I think getting that CVC championship would be nice, and then just win a playoff game or two. So.
Sounds good. All right, gentlemen, I appreciate you making the trip out here, and best of luck to you starting on Friday. That's the Geneva Eagles here at the 2021 CVC Football Media Day. Next up, looks like we have the Kirtland Hornets coming to join us. Let's pop in this Week 1 CVC schedule while we wait for the Hornets. Once again, this is the 2021 CVC Football Media Day live from Perry High School. It's officially game week. I know all these guys are excited to bang helmets with guys from another team starting on Friday. We've got games on Friday and Saturday. If you look at our Chagrin division, Chagrin Falls opens up at Kenston, Geneva at Madison. Kirtland will host Harvey. Lakeside travels to Brush. Orange and Beechwood. Orange travels to Beechwood. That'll be our CVC TV game of the week. We have Riverside at Perry and Bay at West Geauga. And now let's go back to our live video here with the Kirtland Hornets. Got assistant coach Ray Sullivan filling in for Tiger Laverty. You don't have to check your camera screen. Tiger didn't shave his head. That's Coach Sullivan over there to our left. Coach, welcome to the show. And just go ahead and introduce who you brought with you, and then just kind of give us a little rundown of what to expect from the Hornets out of 2021.
First, are you getting a glare off that with the sun?
I am not. That's
okay.
When we started here, it was perfectly in sunlight, and then the sun moved, and we were scrambling for light. So you see we have these little lamps over here that aren't doing much, but the light will shift. So I do apologize for that.
No, that's all good. Thanks for having us. First of all, I have Mason Russ here, starting middle linebacker, and this year taking over for Mason Sullivan at fullback. He's a workhorse. He's used to, I coached him through middle school and all that. He'll get the ball 30 times a game, and he'll still keep going and start at middle linebacker. In my eyes, I think he could have been, Defensive Player of the Year for the state last year. He puts up some ungodly numbers. And next you got Joe Coleman. If he stays healthy a full year, can put up a lot of defensive points. He's the other Mike backer we have. So I have both Mike backers. And then you have Gage Sullivan, our returning corner, safety, Fox Bear. Again, these are my only 3 returners on defense. So we do have a younger team. So we got a lot of work ahead of us, and these guys got a lot of work to train in the newer people coming in.
I'm going to start over here with Mason. Big shoes to fill when you talk about what Mason Sullivan accomplished on both sides of the ball. And I got to see out in a scrimmage, and I've seen Twitter reports from other scrimmages, and it sounds like you're ready to step into that role. How confident are you that there's not going to be any loss in performance from that position?
No, obviously I'm confident. Seeing Mason last year, and I've learned a lot from him at the running back position. And defensively, we know what we got to do. I mean, I've been playing it for the past 2 years. I got to play in the state game my sophomore year and my junior year, so I've gotten a lot more experience than most of the other guys on our team. I mean, except these couple guys, but we got a lot of younger guys, so I mean, it's gonna be fun to teach them up and get to be in the leadership position.
Just for you, you play a lot of sports, so I don't think any moment's going to be too big for you. But just how much has it helped that you've played a lot of football, even though you weren't the starter? You've been able to come in and get some reps and do your thing and get some experience. How much is that going to factor into this year when you're the guy?
No, it definitely helps having that experience and just having been in that position. I mean, it always helps to be experienced and have seen it before, and the nerves are way less. I mean, it's the younger guys who might have the nerves, and it's going to be good to lead and be able to be a strong, confident running back and linebacker this year.
All right, and Joseph, you were a second-team all-conference linebacker last year, so obviously you're going to go into this season with the bar raised a little bit higher, but you're going to be one of those crucial elements on the defense, as Coach said. There aren't too many returning guys out there. How's that all coming together?
It's just going great with Mason Russ next to me. It's always fun having my brother right next to me, so it's not going to be that too challenging because I'm already used to it from last year. But it's just as we all used to say, like, as we say, like, there's a lot of young kids on defense, and there's more young kids on defense than offense, so we just have to coach them up and show them how you shouldn't be nervous when you go into your first game, because, like, we've been practicing all summer long, scrimmages and all that stuff.
One of the strengths of Kirtland has always been a running game and just chewing up the clock. So from a defensive standpoint, that kind of has to help a little bit. You're going to lean on Mason to chew up some clock and the other guys to do their thing, just so that you guys aren't even on the field that much. How much does that help the defense, knowing that we got to break some guys in, but we're not going to see too many reps?
Oh, it helps a lot, because when he runs the ball and gets like 4 or 5 yards every carry, it weakens down the defense on their side, and then it just gets our defense all like pumped up, excited, and just healthy for that next drive that we go out.
All right, let's switch over there to Gage. Gage, it feels like I've been covering you for like 7 or 8 years. You just play everything, so I cover everything. But seeing you out there making catches the way you do and then playing defense the way you do, you're one of those key elements that Kirtland's going to rely on both sides of the ball. You ready for that challenge?
Oh, of course. It's something that I've always thought of doing, like being the man of the defense and offense, and being like just like the key player that everyone targets, because the more they target me, the more that Mason Russ will be able to run the ball and everything else.
Anyone that wants to pick this one up can. It's 10 years ago the first Kirtland team went out and won a state title. Is that dawned on you yet, that 10 years ago you guys were, 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old? That significance, how important is that to you?
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. I mean, I haven't really realized it, but ever since we were young kids playing football in 6th and 7th grade, we've been looking up and we've seen success for our whole lives. So that's what we envy and try to accomplish in our high school careers, and that's the goal this year, is to keep it perfect.
I think the more pressure that you have going into this season, you've won back-to-back state titles. How much pressure is that to think that, we've got to try and go out and win 4? That's not an easy task. It's not easy to win 1, and you guys are looking at possibly winning 4.
Ultimately, this group is 41-0 in their career at Kirtland, so they're looking at the possibility of going undefeated in their 4 years. Again, I don't really hear too much from them at practice about, we could be 55, 56, 57-0. It's really nothing that these guys even dwell upon. It's week to week, day to day with these kids. I mean, I guess it's been, impounded in their brain. We're just 1 week at a time. I mean, if you ask these guys what they're, what do they want for this year, and they go week 1, then week 2, then week 3. We don't look ahead and say, oh, we can't wait to play Ironton or Ridgewood in the state game, or, it's more week to week with these kids, and they want to grow week to week as a team with all these younger kids, and they want to teach these kids week to week in the weight room and the speed room and everywhere else. So I don't think they really, even the previous class, wow, they had 1 loss, but they didn't really talk about it. I mean, it's a stat that the kids don't even think about more than the parents think about it.
And when you guys look at the culture around Kirtland football, we just talked about you guys growing up and seeing the success of this program, that burden is on your shoulders to kind of keep that legacy going. How important is that to you, and how have you embraced that?
I honestly wouldn't call it a burden. It's definitely something to think about, but it's fun. It's a fun little thing you have to keep it going. I mean, everybody works hard. I think it drives and pushes everybody to get better in the weight room and get faster and stronger, especially mentally on the field during practice and camp all year. And yeah, it's just it's something to think about, but we try to leave it in the back of our minds.
Defensively, a lot of holes to fill, Coach, or even some of the veterans here. Who are some of the younger guys that you've really liked what you've seen so far, what you've seen out of practice out of those guys?
Well, we got future sophomores Will Sale and Gino Blasini, both at Fox Bear /linebacker /safety. And we do have a super freshman, Danny Alfieri, who him and Matthew Cayley were freshmen coming in. They made the 900-pound club as freshmen, which is the first freshman ever to make the 900-pound club. They'll be on the board 4 times if they keep it up. But again, Will Sale probably on both sides of the ball, Gino Blasini on both sides of the ball. 3 fresh front 3. Usually they're seniors, but Mac Boyd at the other middle linebacker spot. But, I mean, it's all these guys got some sort of playing time, and the 25 to 30 7-on-7s we played this year, they got plenty of time playing Fox Bear linebacker, man-to-man coverage, zone coverage, and so it's not like they're coming in too, fresh. They had a lot of time with Coach Beeler's defense. We won the Pitt tournament this year with a lot of D1 teams out there. They got a lot of good playing time out there.
One of the question marks I think you guys had going into the season, it may be answered by now, but starting quarterback. I know Ramon Lascano and Pierce Boyd were both taking some reps there at the scrimmage last weekend. Is that any closer? Is that a secret? Where are you guys at?
I hear it's still week 1 call. Pierce will probably get the call maybe from what I heard, but Ramon will still be in there. But, again, it's two different types like thunder and lightning at quarterback. Pierce has the arm, but he's got your fall ahead speed. He won't get it backwards. He'll go forward. And then you got Ramon who, throws a lighter ball and, can run. So right now it is still a secret, but we'll see. They're both out there throwing every day, trying to get better. But ultimately, 2 years ago, they missed the whole 7-on-7 season, to get better.
All right, and let's start with Mason. Just kind of individual goals and team goals for the year. What are you hoping to accomplish?
I'd say individually this year. I mean, after last year, I got on the first team, all Ohio defense, which was cool. But definitely this year, I'd love to take it another step forward and be defensive MVP for the state. Right. And team goals, obviously, I mean, it's week to week, winning each game, but to go back to states would be a dream.
All right, and Joseph?
Individual goals, last year I was honorable mention for Ohioan, and this year I just want to get first team or maybe second team. I'm really hoping for first team just because last year I was out for 2 games in the playoffs. Team goals, just win CVC and then just try and win it all.
Sounds good. Engage. What are you hoping to accomplish here in your final year?
Individually, last year I was only second team All-Ohio punter.
That had to be one of the funniest things you've ever seen.
When I saw that, I was laughing. I wasn't even mad.
And just for the folks at home who don't know, you punted probably 3 times all year?
Yeah.
4 times? So, yeah, he got all Ohio punter honors. And go ahead, Gage.
And then also when I checked, I didn't see a receiver spot for the D5 All-Ohio. So hopefully at running back, or if they do a wide receiver, first team All-Ohio for that, and first team All-Ohio for safety. And then for team goals, I would love to go back to states, go CVC, and if it's a 16-game season, go 57-0.
That would be an incredible accomplishment for the Hornets. Appreciate you guys coming out today. Looking forward to seeing you in action this year. Best of luck to you and the rest of the guys out there. Thanks, Coach.
All right, thank you for having us.
That was the Kirtland Hornets out here at the 2021 Chagrin Valley Conference Football Media Day, live from Perry High School. As we're changing out the lines here, looks like we're going to have the home team Pirates coming up next. On the screen is our Week 1 football schedule for the CVC. You'll see all 3 divisions up there. Our CVC TV game of the week will be Orange at Beechwood. Looking forward to roll CVC TV out again for its 2nd year. But now let's go ahead and welcome in the Perry Pirates. And they've got a changing of the guard of sorts there. Bob Gesowich is taking over at head coach for the Pirates, who were 5-2 last year. So all kinds of changes for the Pirates, at least on the surface. Coach, welcome to the show. Go ahead and introduce the guys that you brought with you, and then just kind of give us a little elevator pitch of what we can expect out of the Pirates in year 1 of your era.
So we brought Joey Conroy with us. He plays offensive and defensive line. He was first team All-CVC last year on the O-line, and then Jacob Caldwell filled in last year at quarterback, went 4-1 as a quarterback. He's in the competition this year, and he's also one of our mainstays on defense. And we're looking at some other ways to get him on the field as well. So that's who we have today. That's who drew the short straw. And then as far as what we can expect, we're still trying to find our identity right now. So we're transitioning into rewarding work and not necessarily just natural gifted talent, and more of an emphasis on team and the program in the long run.
Walking in, you've got some big shoes to fill, obviously. The good news is Perry has developed a culture over the years where I don't want to say it's easy, but it's a little bit more inviting for a new coach to walk in and have such a great culture to kind of develop their own footprint on the program. What have you found to be some of your biggest challenges this season?
Actually, I think culturally it's one of the things that we attacked, the biggest part, and it just is what it is. We talk with the kids about maybe we don't like the message, but we're always going to try to be truthful with them. And I don't know how much day-to-day work was emphasized. And I don't know how much everyone was held to the same level of expectations. So that's one of the things that we've really tried to focus on, is how important everyone on the roster is to the program. And how we're going to value every individual of the program. So we've spent a lot of time with those expectations and those standards, and it's still going to take some time to filter that through. So that's kind of where we're at, what we're looking at right now.
You bring back 8 guys that earned all conference honors last season, so you have a nice solid core to work with. How much has that helped to break in some of the new guys that are going to be working their way into the lineup?
It's an interesting concept. I actually think that's the most overrated thing that anyone could ever talk about, is starters coming back, because everyone's different from year to year, especially in high school. If kids get comfortable, I've seen them get passed in previous seasons. And again, we want to value every player in the program, so what you did last year doesn't matter. If you're going to rest on those laurels, you're going to get passed. If you're not going to work hard, you're going to get passed. Like I said, right now we have 3 quarterbacks fighting for playing time. We have all new linebackers. We have new defensive linemen. We opened up competition across the board, and I think we've seen some kids really grasp onto those opportunities and fight for that. So, in theory, that's great to say, but it's just we promise these guys that they get the opportunity to start from scratch, and that's what we've tried to do.
All right, let's pass it on down to the guys, and let's start there. Just go ahead and introduce yourself again, class year, position you play, and then let's start with adapting to a coaching change as you're stepping into a new season. How has that gone so far? Flip your mic on there. There you go. There you go.
Joey Conroy. I play center and guard on the offensive line, and then DN for defensive line. It hasn't actually been that tough as everyone thinks it was with the new coach. I mean, it just, as he said, it's all changed around. Like, everybody's starting to come lift, and it doesn't really matter if you're like freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. If you don't work hard, you're not going to play. It's all about effort, and that's just really how it's changed. He doesn't care about your past or nothing.
My name is Jacob Caldwell. I play corner and then a little bit of quarterback. I think the biggest thing is the culture shock. Everyone gets a fair opportunity this year. Freshmen getting playing time with the starters if they jump up. Offensive linemen playing defensive line, never played it before. People showing up to stuff they never would have before. It's really good to see how everyone's starting to buy into the culture. Especially since so much of a change compared to what it was in years past.
Let's go back to Joey. Offensive line, defensive line. Everybody talks about the importance of that in football, and for good reasons. So this year, that's going to play a key role for every team. But just how is your squad looking just on both sides of the ball?
We're looking good on offense and defensive line right now. We're looking for, defensive line, it's actually been a little bit of a change because we lost 3 of the guys last year that were seniors on the defensive line. So right now it's just tough because we're all transitioning from offensive line to defensive line. So, we got to learn all those moves and stuff for defensive line and just being like more physical off the ball for defensive line. Offensive line, we should be fine though, hopefully.
Jacob, you mentioned you play a little bit of quarterback. Are you one of those guys that are in the mix for that starting role, or are you just kind of like a wildcat type of guy?
A little bit of both. I'll have a package every now and then. I like to get in there and run the ball a little bit, like a hard-nosed runner. I couldn't do that in the past. I was the starter, but now there's a lot of guys, so I can get in there, do my thing, and not have to worry about what's going on in the team. I can just worry about get running on the ball, running hard.
Coach, what can we expect offensively, defensively? As far, you don't have to give away secrets, but formations, any kind of base packages you're going to run, just something, people haven't seen out of the Pirates yet.
No, I don't think that there are any secrets. I mean, we are who we are, and we don't get into league play until week 4. And if these guys don't know that we're going to run counter tray and things like that, then they didn't watch any film. Defensively transitioning to a 4-man front, we thought that it kind of fit who we were a little bit better. And we actually thought that it created some flexibility with some of our guys where if they play with a motor, they can make some things happen up front instead of eating up blocks and things like that. Offensively, it actually just kind of changes. Our philosophy has always been, hey, let's find 5 linemen and a quarterback. And right now we have 3 quarterbacks, so let's find an offensive line and a quarterback and then build around those pieces. So each one of those quarterbacks brings something a little bit different to the table. And what we're looking for are those next best 5 guys. And if we can cycle in only 5, we'll only cycle in 5. If we can cycle in 10, we can do that. So if they're tight ends, fullbacks, running backs, I was actually joking with some guys that I coached with the other night. 31% of our scrimmage has been 2 backs, tight ends, fullbacks, things like that. Whereas in my previous spot, I think it was under like 3% because we just didn't have those types of kids or that many that could push those wide receivers off the field. So, it's nothing crazy. I mean, no one's reinvented football. So it'll all kind of just fits our personnel and what's going to help us be as competitive as we can be from week to week.
When you guys look at what Perry has accomplished, it's great, but none of it's going to matter on Friday night. How do you guys just kind of flip that mindset? It's a new season, and every game is you're 0-0 and making a push toward that postseason.
We just take it week by week, so we're not worried about what's going on in week 5. It's just we're looking forward to week 1 in Riverside. That's all that matters. Just next week, week by week, that's all that matters to us.
When you guys look at what you graduated, you've got a running back that went down to West Virginia, a Division I ball player. So everyone's always going to be like, oh, this is who you lost. Well, I know you guys have to focus on who you have back. So, Coach, just from what you've seen out of preseason and getting ready to roll into week 1, who are some of the guys you expect to fill shoes of the guys that have left but also make their own mark at Perry?
Yeah, and obviously there's been a lot of talent that's come through Perry. But I don't know if we really look at it as filling shoes. I think we look at it as who's going to do the most with their opportunities. So right now we actually have 4 running backs that have been taking snaps, and they've been doing a really good job. Aiden Leflock, Jaden Anderson, Jaden Studio, and Zach Botrytis have been doing a phenomenal job for us back there. And some of those kids offer some flexibility of positions and do things like that. I think in our skilled positions, we have a lot of flexibility and we can do a lot of things there. I guess it'll be a little bit more of a money ball approach to life. Hey, where can we get these first downs? Where can we do that? We actually have a board and I'm sure everyone does. Hey, these are our guys that need to touch the ball. How do we create easy touches for those guys? And so we look at that versus, hey, we need to get this guy the ball 30 times a game, which is both refreshing and it's a little difficult as a coach to try and manufacture those things because if Jacob's not our starting quarterback, we want to find ways for him to touch the ball. If Braden isn't our starting quarterback, we want to find ways for him to touch the ball. And the same thing with those 4 running backs. I feel as if they've all earned an opportunity to get that chance to play. And I talked to someone else about it. I think we're going to treat week 1 like an extension of the preseason, not in that we're not trying to win, but in that we're not just going to say these are our 11 and these are the only guys that are playing. At least offensively, we're going to try and get some of those guys that have earned those reps, those opportunities to see what they do on Friday night.
All right, let's go roll back to the players. We'll start with Joey. Just what's it going to take from a player perspective? You can hear everything Coach says about the doors open. You've got opportunities, but how is it that the players are going to be able to step in and take advantage of those opportunities and leave their own mark on Perry's program?
Really all they got to do is just, hard work and just step in the reps like he was talking about. If you want to play, just get reps and sub people out. And it's just effort. It's really that. Show up to the not mandatory like lifting workouts. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, and just all that stuff basically.
And Jacob?
It's all about taking initiative. If Coach can only say so much, it's all about the players and just getting in there and doing their thing. If you want to play, you got to show it. If you want to get on Friday nights, you got to make the most of your snaps. That's all you got to do.
And not looking for any bulletin board material, but one of the changes in the CVC this year is Kirtland moves up to the Chagrin division, which creates a big situation for a lot of people that love football to watch a really good game when Kirtland and Perry play later this year. How exciting is that to have that opportunity to play a back-to-back-to-back state champion and kind of say, hey, wait, this is our division. You know, you've got to knock on the door before you come in.
See, I don't know, if anyone thinks of this as anyone's division, right? When you bring a Kirtland into it, a team that plays and beats Division I programs, a team that regularly beats teams out of the MAC. I was fortunate enough to coach over there, and that's a whole different ball game, and Kirtland's right there with all those teams. So I think it's foolhardy to undersell them. I think it's funny, hey, we're young this year, and we're this and we're that. Yeah, you have 700 kids playing football, right? And they all deadlift 12,000 pounds and everything like that. There's everyone in the state knows who they are. You know, and coaching Division I football the past couple of years, it was always funny to me coming from Marion Local when people would just think divisions mean who you are. And I think we saw that last year when they beat Solon and they beat Shaker, and then they go and they beat Ironton. That's like the Southeast Ohio All-Star team that may have some very flexible enrollment borders there, and wind up with multiple Ohio State kids on the roster. You know, it's just we have an opportunity to compete week in and week out, and that's what we're going to do. So when we get there, we'll worry about it. You know, right now we're focusing on Riverside, who's twice our size enrollment-wise, and they're right there on the border. You know, we've got a little bit of conflict with Glenda's Pizza and things like that. So we've got to worry about week 1 first.
I don't know the story about Glenda's Pizza. Joey, it seems like it's something you want to talk about.
Not really much about it. So my parents own Glenda's, and they the score, like the clock that ticks down like how much time, the play clock it has like a pizza box, a Glenda's Pizza Depot on it, and he saw that and he was like, "Where's ours at?"
All right, well, this is your 2021 Perry Pirates. Gentlemen, I appreciate you making the long trip out here to your home school, and best of luck to you on Friday. That was the Perry Pirates here previewing the 2021 season under new head coach Bob Gesserwich. Next up, it looks like we're going to have the Lakeside Dragons here at CVC Football Media Day. Once again, I'm Steve Hare with OhioVarsity.com and the CVC Sports Information Director. We are filming this Media Day live from Perry High School. We've got the Dragons stepping in here under Coach Buzz Edwards. Coach, welcome to you and your guys. Why don't you go ahead and introduce who you brought along with you, and then just give us a quick overview of what we can expect out of the Dragons this year.
Not a problem. First, thanks for having us. This is cool. I'm excited for our kids to have this opportunity. CVC, you guys do a fantastic job. We're excited to be a part of the conference again. I was just over there talking to Don, best conference in Ohio, I think. So you guys do a fantastic job. I got 3 seniors with me. 3 of them are three-time captains. We haven't completed our captain voting yet, but more than likely all 4 will be 4-year captains and 4-year starters for us. Garrett Siebenek, quarterback, defensive end, running back, linebacker, A.J. Raffa, and offensive tackle, defensive end, Sam Petros.
When you look at Lakeside, you guys have had talent. I remember a wide receiver you had who was fun to watch. Just strengths and weaknesses. Entering week 1, what are you going to ride as far as strengths, and how do you kind of overcome some of the weaknesses that you might have?
Well, you're going to have to watch some film to figure that one out. No, we're excited about this year. This crew, our 13 seniors have been with me since I've gotten there in year 4 now, and we've taken our lumps. And like I said, we have a lot of returning guys and experience. Offensively, defensively, I think we've got 6 or 7 3-year starters coming back, some very experienced guys, and then we have some young players, some juniors and some sophomores who are also experienced. We have 2 sophomore offensive linemen that started 10 games for us last year as well. So we're just excited to go out and compete this year, and trying to get across to these guys and these seniors that this year's different, you know, and we practice different, we've prepared different, we shuffled our coaching staff around a little bit, we're doing a little bit things differently offensively, and we're getting after a little bit differently on defense. So we're excited to go out and kind of change the persona, earn some respect up here in Northeast Ohio, and change everybody's view of what Lakeside football is and has been.
Sam, I'm going to start with you since you're the biggest guy in the room, and football's won on the offensive and defensive lines, and that's where you find yourself. You're a first-team all-conference performer from last year coming back. Give me the rundown, offense and defensive lines. You know, the big guys are going to have to come up big for you guys every night. How's it look so far?
I like it. I think we've got a young offensive line right now. I'm the only senior on there. We're trying to eliminate two-way starters. So we've got we can sub defensive linemen in on offense, but we've got myself, and I've got to step up as a leader on the line. But I mean, they're performing, and they've went all through camp, and they're learning really well. And I think we're gonna have a good year this year in terms of offensive line. And then our defensive line is, I think they're playing amazing right now. Both of our scrimmages, I think they performed really well, and all three of them are seniors, so it's gonna be good.
All right, and Garrett, quarterback, right?
Yes, sir.
Give us a rundown on offense. What can we expect out of your squad?
This year you can expect a lot of points. We have a very
coach over there.
very experienced offense this year. We're bringing back 3 running backs that got a lot of playing time last year. We're adding 2 more running backs to our rotation. All of our receivers, we have juniors and sophomores and a senior. We're very experienced this year. Probably the most experienced crew we've had in a while. And yeah.
All right, and AJ, defensively, linebacker spot, key role on the field, 3-year starter going into your 4th year. So obviously a lot of the play calling and stuff and getting guys in the right position is going to fall on you and some of the other guys on defense. You ready for that challenge?
Oh, I certainly am.
Yeah. How do you embrace that role where, you don't have to just go out and perform and do your job? You have to make sure everybody else is on the same page. How do you handle all that pressure?
I'd say I'd handle it pretty well, but I have to make sure everyone's doing the right job, make sure that they're doing what they need to do for us to win a game.
When you guys look at the CVC and the teams that we just had in here, Perry has made deep playoff runs into the regionals. Kirtland's now up in your division. Don's over there just trying to make it harder on you guys just to say, okay, Lakeside, show us what you got. But how does that kind of inspire you to step your game up when in conference play you're going to play some of these really good teams?
I think we just look forward to going out there every weekend and going toe-to-toe with whoever we play and compete with anyone we play.
Does it help from the perspective where you don't go into too many games saying, okay, we're the favorite and we don't have to play our best this week? I mean, sometimes you get into a game like that and your mindset just isn't there and you end up losing some games or making some mistakes you normally wouldn't make. But when you're going in and playing a Perry and a Kirtland and a Chagrin Falls and these teams, Orange is up and coming, and Edgewood and all these other teams that are in the CVC are getting better and better, how much does that help and just kind of push you to be better?
It's definitely a competitive league. Last year we were in some ball games. West G beat us 21-20. Perry beat us by 6, I believe, last year. Right there at the end, about 3 minutes left, and we made some critical mistakes, some turnovers. And in this conference, in this league, you have to bring your A game because it's good football. The up front. On whoever you play, week in and week out, offensive line, defensive plays great. A defensive line plays great. Good quarterback play. You got the Winchell kid behind us, who's a heck of a quarterback. Great player. It's definitely something that we've talked about, eliminating mistakes down the stretch so we can be successful, and something that we've been preaching all off season.
When you guys look at going to the players here, when you guys look at those close games that you came up short, you've got to go into this season with all the returners that you have, with all the upperclassmen and the experience. You have to feel good about it. What's it going to take to turn those close losses into wins?
Well, I feel like during the off season, I mean, we hit the weights probably the most this off season than we ever have. We have the strongest and fastest team that we've ever had here. And I mean, I think we just we've got so much more experience now because we've always been young, and I feel like this is the year where mostly we're all older and we've all got games under our belts, and we've been put through the ringer honestly in the last few years. So I think this is the year we're going to earn some respect.
When you look at Lakeside football, the school isn't very new, so the football history isn't, as overwhelming as it is at some of the other schools that have been around for a long time. So you guys have an opportunity to leave a legacy that nobody else in your school has done. How important is that to you, and how do you plan to take advantage of that? We can just start from left to right and go through that.
I think what we're trying to do is bring in a new culture and leave a legacy so other kids down the road can come to Lakeside and play football and prepare to win. I think that since Lakeside's more of a newer school, we've never had that. We had two schools combined to one, and there really was no legacy there was no legacy at all. So I think that's what we're trying to do, is to leave a legacy and bring in a new culture.
And we don't have a lot of football history, but what our team really is focused on is having the best season we've always had, in the Lakeside history, and showing that Beulah is here, and we're here to stay, and we're here to win some ball games.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like we've been a sleeping giant for way too long now, and I think it's about time we wake up and start winning some ball games.
Coach, when you hear what these guys are talking about, that's got to fire you up a little bit. Well, how do you take it from a table in a cafeteria out to Friday night? How do you get that to translate over?
In my experience in coaching and being in Virginia and being a part of two program turnarounds as an assistant and coming here, and you have to have a special senior class that understands the new standard and expectation that you're setting. And these guys have come through and they've answered the bell every time I've challenged them. Sam's started and played in 29 football games. So is AJ since he's been here. Garrett missed his entire freshman year with a broken foot, but he's started in every game since then. So I think setting the tone with these guys and then being through the challenging parts and walking through the hallways and their classmates calling them, telling them that they're silly for doing all this work, and Coach Edwards is crazy, and why do you lift all those weights? And their uncle Ray at the picnic telling them, well, I didn't lift weights back when I graduated in 1985. So just getting that across to the players and the parents and how important an off season is, and these kids buying in from this class, last year's class, and this is the first year where our roster is going to look similar to the teams we play. In the first 3 years here, we've had a total of 13 seniors, all 3 years added together. And we have 13 this year. We rolled out and played Nordonia in that playoff game last year, and they had 28, 29 seniors. So this year we're looking forward to playing on a little bit of more level of a playing field. And our kids battle. We fight. I tell them every day I'll put our 46 up against anybody's 100 because they answer the bell and they work their tails off. But this crew, we're really close to turning a corner, and if they can limit their mistakes, and we have already started practicing different, working different, leading each other differently, and if we could continue to do that, then the outcome of the season should be different as well.
Outstanding. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck this year. It's going to be exciting to watch you guys with all that experience and talent coming back. So appreciate you making the trip out here, and good luck on Friday.
Thanks for having us, man.
That was the 2021 Lakeside Dragons here at CVC Football Media Day, live from Perry High School. We've got one team left, and I believe, is that Edgewood over there? Edgewood? Nope. Elijah went? Okay, just making sure. Next up here at CVC Football Media Day is the Edgewood Warriors, led by a very familiar name for you Ashtabula County fans, Olajuwon Cooper. I'm a Kent State graduate, so he played out there back in the day, so it was fun to watch you, Olajuwon. I also know your sister, Jen, so nice to see you guys out here. But thanks for making the trip. Coach, go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you, and then just kind of give us a little rundown of what we can expect out of the Warriors this year. Flip your mic on there. There you go.
We have our senior quarterback with us. To my left, Zachariah Winchell. His name's Zach Winchell, but I call him Zachariah. In the middle, we have defensive lineman Troy Peterson. And on the edge, we have receiver, defensive back Isaiah Harris. All three are seniors. So our outlook for this season is we have a bunch of kids that work hard and want to do things the right way. So they're starting to understand what it is to have expectations. They're starting to understand what it is to properly prepare. Understanding that every Friday night we have an opportunity to be successful, but that is predicated upon how we prepare. So preparation for us in the preseason has been pretty good, I would say, and the boys are starting to understand how preparation can lead to success when you have opportunities. So
you didn't have a whole lot of time in the off season to get things rolling, so you kind of been behind the eight ball a little bit. Yeah. So you haven't had as much time with these guys as you'd have liked, but sometimes that's not a bad thing where you've just got to kind of get in and focus. How have you maximized the time that you have had with the kids?
I think myself and the coaching staff has done a great job of making sure the environment's right. We understand that culture is very important. So by creating the right environment, creating the right culture, that's conducive to our kids getting better and working hard every single day. That's really all we can ask for. So we want to make sure we create an environment that kids want to be in. And by creating an environment that our kids want to be in, that's going to be conducive to them wanting to work hard, wanting to do things the right way. So that's all we stress really on a daily basis is culture, 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 because we understand culture is everything and we want our kids to be in a great environment.
Zach, I'm going to start with you since you're the quarterback, and I think over the last couple of years I've seen your name come through my email 30 or 40 times. So obviously you've been a key performer for Edgewood throughout the years. But obviously you're going into a new season, a coaching change, not a whole lot of time to get to know everybody and everything that's in that playbook. But how's it coming together offensively?
I think we're doing great. I mean, we just gotta stay fast and physical, but Nothing really too much changing. I don't know. We have a great core group of guys, pretty much the same as last year. Some new guys, but we're just gonna stay fast and stay physical and just do what we have to do and work hard. I think we're gonna do a lot through the air this year, a little bit more on the ground than we did last year. I don't know, just staying focused and knowing what we have to accomplish and getting to it.
As the quarterback, a lot of that stuff's going to fall on your shoulders. You're a senior. You've been around, a lot of game experience. How much does that help your confidence just knowing going in? You're not breaking in. You're not the new guy anymore. You know what you're doing, and now it's just kind of going out there and executing.
Yeah, no, it helps a lot. Like when I was younger, it was a little rough, but no, definitely, I'm definitely more confident and definitely more focused now and understand what I have to do to win games. So, that's pretty much it.
All right, let's slide over there to Troy. Football games, everybody talks about the offensive, defensive lines. Those are always important. How key is it for your guys to go out and perform every night, and are you guys up for that challenge?
Absolutely. We have to obviously practice. We're coming together pretty well. I'm trying to be the best leader I can be for my whole entire offensive line. They're a pretty young group of guys I have to lead, so trying to come together.
All right, and Isaiah, just going out and being one of the playmakers. I know Zach's counting on you to get out there and do some big things. Coach is counting on you, and the rest of the guys. Are you up for this challenge, and what's it going to take for you to be successful this year?
Yeah, I'm up for the challenge. We're just going to take hard work, to be honest, and we just got to set the standard high because no one's going to set the standard higher for us than ourselves, and everyone's not overlooking us or underlooking us, and we're just ready to show out.
All right, and you guys, you're in the Metro Division, right?
Yeah.
That's new for you, so we snuck you in here with the Chagrin Division. But just looking at your division, we haven't gotten to talk to those teams yet, but I believe last year you were in the Chagrin, so, just a different conference slate. Is that exciting? Were you disappointed? Or, when you look at the games on your schedule this year as opposed to last year, what does that do for you?
I think we're excited for our schedule this year. Regardless who we play from last year to this year, we're going to come out and play hard regardless. But I think with this year's schedule, we have a good chance of doing something great this year.
What are the keys to success for Edgewood? And anyone can take this one. Let's start with the offensive side of the ball. What do you guys have to do to win some football games? And obviously you have to score more than the other team. But
right.
What is it going to take to do that?
Staying together as a team and being a family and just working hard. Because when you don't, you don't put together the best things you can. But when you know you're putting your best foot forward and you're working hard, good things come. And you just got to trust and believe in every guy next to you.
And then defensively, you got some playmakers over there. I think most of your returning all-conference guys were on the defensive side of the ball, if I remember correctly. But what is that going to take for you guys to be successful there and slow down some of the other teams you play?
I think if we're just locked in mentally, we'll be fine. Because if we can't get going on offense, we can still win the game with defense. Because if we're stopping people, we still have a chance.
Coach, you got some of your key guys at the table here with you. Who else are you looking forward to stepping up and making some plays for you this season?
Oh, we got a plethora of guys, I think, that have been working their tails off and trying to do things the right way. But the first guy I'd like to say is inside, I think, is a guy named Nick Barger. He's going to be our senior this year. He's a sophomore. He's done a great job of adding weight to his frame this year. He's going to be an anchor for us inside, makes our line calls. So I think he's a guy that's going to make huge strides this year. We have a junior by the name of Donovan Sasicki. He's a playmaker for us. He kind of goes both ways. He's a receiver and a linebacker for us. We kind of have a hybrid linebacker position for him, and he's a guy that really gets after it. He's a guy that wears his heart on his sleeve, so emotionally he's really available for us as a leader. I think we have a young guy by the name of Zane Naylor that I think is going to make some plays for us this year. He's a freshman, but when I tell you he's slippery, he is a slippery athlete. And he just comes by it naturally. It's God-given ability, so for me as a coach, it's up to me to make sure he's in position to be successful. So we want to make sure we get him some touches this year just because I think his future is really bright, and the more reps he gets, the better off he's going to be. We also have a junior by the name of Santos Santabria. That's a selfless guy. He kind of plays, I would say Santos our Swiss Army knife. He actually just asked me about playing some D-line for us just because we're having some depth issues there. But I think that speaks to, him being a skill guy and him offering to play on the D-line. Just kind of speaks to the direction we're heading in as a team, which is a very selfless, motivated, by any means necessary kind of team. So we're pretty excited right now for the direction we're heading in.
All right, and just leaving it up to the players here on this last one, everybody measures success different ways. Obviously, some teams want to go undefeated. Some want to win a conference title. Some want to win a state title. From your own perspectives, what are your individual goals and your team goals this year?
I think we just want to win every day. We just want to win every practice. We want to win every game. Just take everything a step at a time and just see as far as we can go. Obviously, we're going to hope to make it as far as we absolutely can. But it starts what's right now, not what's up next. It starts what's right now. So, we really just got to tackle the mission of the day. I think that's really just what we got to tackle.
All right. Want to slide over there and take that next one, Troy?
Yeah, basically the same thing Zach said. We have to win basically every day, and we have to go out and compete every day, every practice, every game, and make it to the playoffs, and then we'll go from there. So,
I just think we just got to stay focused and worrying about being the best Edgewood football team possible and not being better than everyone else, and just stay locked in mentally.
All right, sounds good, gentlemen. I appreciate you making the trip out here for CVC Football Media Day. I wish you guys the best of luck this season. All right, that was the 2021 Edgewood Warriors. closing out the Chagrin division. Even though they're in the Metro division, we snuck them into the Chagrin division preview here. We're going to take a quick break as we wait on the rest of our Metro Division teams to arrive. We should get started with the Metro Division portion of the preview right around 5:30, which is in about 25 minutes. Before we do that, we're going to take a quick look at our CVC football schedule for week number 1. It's officially game week. Most of these games are on Friday night. We do have one Saturday night affair. That'll be Hawken at Trinity. So right now we are going to, you know what, I think we're going to squeeze in our interview with CVC Commissioner Don Lewis. One moment. But yeah, so let's knock yours out for a minute. Yep. Yeah, so we're going to bring in CVC Commissioner Don Lewis, who's joining us here out at Perry for the 2021 CVC Football Media.
Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery
Commissioner Lewis there. Don, thank you for joining us today. I know you came out and stopped in for CVC Soccer Media Day. Today it's football and it's game week. I know as a former official, you love game week. So how exciting is it to kick off the CVC football season with Media Day?
Well, first of all, Steve, I want to thank you for everything you do for the Chagrin Valley Conference and for the student athletes. Steve, for those who don't know, is our sports information director. He came on board, I think, 3 years ago. We've interacted quite a bit over 3 years. We've put together the website and the media days, the CVC TV, and quite honestly, when it comes to the CVC, I think Steve is a huge integral part. So thank you for coming out and doing this. So to answer your question, it's always exciting. It's like going back to school the first day. You get your new shoes and you get your, your new books and your new folders and everything. And that's what Friday night is for me. I have a good friend of mine that we were residents together and still best friends, and we call it Friday Night Lights. And we hit 2 football games every Friday night during the season to see the kids, and we get to see every team. So it's exciting for us. It's funny to watch these kids up here and how they react when you ask them questions. It's really kind of neat, and they're all cleaned up and they look pretty good. Then you see them on Friday nights and they're a whole different person, aren't they?
Whole different mentality too.
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
So polite in here.
Yeah, right.
They're not so polite when they're tackling somebody. Yeah. But the CVC, when you look at it, 22 schools, 5 counties. It's the largest league in Northeast Ohio and one of the largest in Ohio. And just the growth hasn't hurt the conference when you look at Kirtland won a state championship in football last year. Independence played in a state championship volleyball game. Basketball teams have gone down there. Richmond Heights boys, in the Final Four. And softball, Cuyahoga Heights just played in a state championship game. So we're competing at a high level. The league is, I don't know if it's unprecedented success. There have been some really good teams individually, but just collectively, when I sit back and think what the CVC teams have accomplished, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's amazing, and we don't want to forget the Kirtland girls soccer championship.
Absolutely,
we had two big trophy winners out of Kirtland in the fall last year. But when I took over the conference 5 years ago and I evaluated it, I felt that you either get bigger or you get smaller, and I thought bigger was the way because it gives us more leeway and more movability to make the league stronger, and it's certainly worked out in our favor. We've had some, we've had some changes, as you mentioned, to, I believe it was Lakeside. It was up here. Kirtland has moved up for a year or so, and once the other programs start to get their programs built back up, Kirtland will move back down. It's not written in stone, but it's just fun and exciting to see these kids, see these coaches, and I can tell you, top to bottom, my principals, the voting body of the Chagrin Valley Conference, and my athletic directors are class guys, and we have some ladies too that hang with me. And as you know, Steve, we come up with some crazy ideas.
We do,
and they never say no. They say go ahead and do it. And I think, Steve, your attitude and mine is it's easier to ask for forgiveness and permission.
That's always the case.
And we do it. We've come up with some great programs. I mean, we partnered with the Cleveland Browns for our rookie tackle league, and we've got 16 teams in the rookie tackle program in the Chagrin Valley Conference, and that's 5th grade down with flag football and and rookie tackle. And we've done things with University Hospital with our athletic trainers to treat our student athletes in a more in a way that everything is on the level playing fields between the different trainers and the medical staff. So we're doing some really cool things. And you're right, we're the second largest conference in the state of Ohio. And people that know me, I want to be the largest. I want to be the largest.
And the thing is, you're not just going for bigger. You're also, like I said, is the quality hasn't diminished. I think it actually helps that when you bring in all these great teams, it filters down. Everybody else wants to get to that next level. Now, we do have, some programs that are newer and just kind of stepping up. Not every program is going to be a Kirtland girls soccer or a Kirtland football or Independence volleyball or Hawkins swimming or any of the other programs. But when the other kids see the success that kids in their own conference have had, they start to think that, hey, it could happen to us too.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for bringing up Hawkins swimming too. It's another state championship. Right. And, I tell my athletic directors at the meetings, I like the biggest trophies, the big trophy, okay? I'm happy for any trophy, but when you guys bring me the big trophy back to the league, that's pretty cool. And we have a lot of fun in this league. We have a lot of great teams. We have a lot of great kids. And it's interesting. You brought up Richmond Heights' run in the state tournament last year, and I really believe that had they been completely healthy, they were in the finals. But the interesting thing is, I was talking to one of my athletic directors. I believe it was at Grand Valley, and they said the biggest draw of a basketball game last year was Richmond Heights at Grand Valley.
No kidding.
Because the people in Grand Valley just wanted to come out and watch the kids from Richmond Heights, who are not only great athletes, but they're great, polite kids.
Yeah, and I think we get a lot of that as, I'm at the cross-country meets and the track meets where Hawkins running, and yet Ella Gilson, who was just a phenomenal athlete that came through the CVC. She was a multi-time cross-country state champion, multi-time swimming state champion. She won state championships in track. So, when you've got athletes like that, and now she's going to compete at Harvard, and, then there's my kid who was more, just a recreational runner. He loved cross-country, but when you watch kids like that, you can't help but be inspired. And when you look at the CVC, we've had a ton of those kids, and some of the kids that are playing in the NFL now, coaches that are in the NFL, and college basketball and college softball and baseball. It's just fun when you see your kids from that division that I've written about these kids, and then I get to see them in college. That's a pretty cool experience. And as a commissioner, I think you kind of take that same approach. It's like, oh, those are my kids that I'm watching in college now.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know these kids. I mean, you're really intimate with writing the articles, which you do a fantastic job on. But you mentioned two. One was Ella, and I remember Ella watching her in a cross-country meet, and she finished probably 2 or 3 minutes in front of everybody. She wasn't even out of breath.
No.
I mean, I was out of breath watching her run the last 100 yards. And the other one was your son, who was the Sportsmanship of the Year award winner at Berkshire this year, which is a huge honor. That's someone who's not only a great athlete but a great kid. And, as a dad, you have to be really proud of that.
Oh, I am. And we just dropped them off at Xavier. I'm not quite over it yet. But
now, is that Xavier or ex-Xavier?
I think I go ex-Xavier, but, I think they call it Xavier.
Xavier, right.
But, yeah, so we dropped him off this week, and, that's hard to do. But, I stay busy. So this is one of the things that helped me get through it is I didn't have time to wallow too much. I just had to say, okay, we dropped him off, drove back. I got to get ready for CVC Media Day.
You do a great job. I don't know how you do it. You must study all night long, but
no, it's just passion. When you enjoy what you do, it comes easily. But all right, so we're going to take our quick break here. Don, I want to thank you for joining us and for the leadership you've provided for the league. It's just unbelievable the things that you've been able to accomplish and the vision you have, and I'm glad to be a part of that. And I hope we can introduce some more new things for the league just to keep taking us to another level.
I enjoy what I do. I'm passionate about it. And my mind's always spinning with new ideas. I mean, last year we brought in corporate sponsors and things that no other league in the other conference in the state of Ohio is even thinking about now. And we're doing it because of the makeup of the league, including yourself. Right. Thank you, Steve.
And that's what I like about working with it, because you're open to those ideas and you think big like I do. So that's a lot of fun. But thanks for joining us, Don.
Thank you. Best of luck to all our student athletes this year.
We are going to take a quick break here as we prepare for the Metro Division to step in. Once again, we are live from Perry High School for the 2021 CVC Football Media Day. We should be back on right around 5:30.
diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Welcome back to CVC Football Media Day live from Perry High School. I am Steve Hare, the CVC Sports Information Director, and up next is the Metro Division. That's a great group of teams: Brooklyn, Cuyahoga Heights, Edgewood, Independence, Lutheran West, Trinity, and Wycliffe. First up, we've got the Independence Blue Devils and Coach Rick Adams here on our left. Coach, welcome, and appreciate you guys making the trip. Go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you and just kind of give us a little overview of what we can expect out of your team this year.
Well, thanks for having us tonight. Right next to me is Rory Corrigan. He's our running back and linebacker. He is a junior and is one of our captains this year. Next to him is Michael Tomer, who is returning as a 4-year starter at quarterback. He is also one of our captains. And next to him is David Jedrzejczyk, who is another captain. He is our left tackle and defensive end, and he's also returning this year as a starting lineman. As far as what to expect this year, we're excited about the talent that we have coming back. We did lose a lot of linemen. David's our lone starter that's returning, but we do have a lot of skill coming back. And with Michael's experience and Kyle Zigmont and then Rory's running ability, we're excited that we can put a lot of pressure on opponents' defenses.
When you look at, as you said, you're going to have a lot of new faces up front. You got one returning guy back. That's been a key for you guys over the last few years. You had some pretty big guys that had a lot of talent and experience. How have you kind of overcome that little bit there, where you've got to introduce some new guys on the one of the most important parts of the game?
It's been challenging this year when you have a lot of new guys coming in, and so we've taken it slower than we normally would be doing, and plus with the kind of the crunch of this year's doubles because of the expanded playoffs, it did put a little bit more pressure on us. But we want to make sure guys know what they're doing before we start throwing more stuff at them, and we're trying to look at what they do best and fit what plays fit them. So we're not running plays that they can't do. We're trying to scheme the things that that they could be successful with.
Let's start over here with Rory. I just remember from baseball, Rory, you were always dirty. So you're just one of those guys, even from football. I remember being out watching, game. You're just one of those lunch pail guys. You go, you take care of business. Looking at this season, knowing you guys have some holes to fill there on the offensive and defensive lines, how important is your role now where you're going to have the ball? You got to maximize your touches.
Well, I got to step up a lot, with other linemen. But, we're talking to them, we're working it through, trusting them a lot more. They're making big holes for me, and I'm just going to take the ball and do what I can.
Michael, I remember your first game. I think it was out there at Wycliffe 4 years ago, and actually that might have been your second game. I think it was the first game I saw you. But you've grown physically and I assume mentally. Just looking at this year and the challenges going in as a 4-year starting quarterback with some new guys in front of you, how have you embraced that?
Yeah, like Coach said, we lost a lot of big guys on the line, but new people have been there to step up and fill those spots, and I'm just working on leadership aspect and making sure everyone knows what they're doing and everyone's comfortable out there. So
when you walk up to the line of scrimmage now, you see a whole lot of different guys. How do you kind of coach them up as the quarterback out there, just to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do?
I just let them know that mistakes are okay this early in the season, and we can work through things in practice, but just like our coaches say, just go hard and we can fix mistakes after.
And then David, just being one of those guys, the lone guy with some experience up front, how have you taken that role as the veteran lineman and just to kind of coach your guys up and get them to the level they need to play at?
As like what Coach said, we went slow at first, so got all the basics down, helped everyone out with what they needed, and then we just elevated up, learned more stuff, put in different plays, different ways to help everyone.
Coach, how different has it been from 4 years ago when you had the new quarterback with, a veteran line, and now it's kind of the roles are reversed a little bit? Have you had to adjust offensively to that, or are you still just going to kind of do what you've done?
We've adjusted a little bit. We can't, with some of the size that we have, we're not going to be looking to pound the ball as much as we would like. We'll be doing a lot more, getting to the edge, using Michael's strengths to help us, and with Michael, Rory, and Kyle, either one of those guys could be having a big night. It might be a game where Michael throws for 300 yards, or it might be a game where Rory runs for 200 yards. I think with those weapons that we have, we're going to try to maximize their talents to what we can do each night. Michael's has really stepped up this year. He's been like another coach on the field. He's been helping the younger guys. He's when guys make mistakes, he's been just a positive role model and coming up to them and helping them out. And that influence on the field, I think, has really calmed a lot of nerves for some of the new guys, and has helped give confidence to a lot of other players on the team. Rory being both sides of the ball, linebacker and running back. He's, as you said, he's a dirty guy. He gets in there, gets muddy, and he's kind of been that quarterback on the defensive side. And with his ability to make plays, we moved him from the outside into the inside this year. He's really stepping up and doing a great job. And David's done a hell of a job on the offensive line. The growth from where he was last year. Last year he was a tight end that we said, hey, we need you to play offensive line, and it was a new job for him. And this year you could see the difference that he has made on the line, and he's really helped out a lot with some of those new faces also. So all three of these guys have been fantastic leaders, helping the young guys, and I'm really excited to see how we're just going to grow from week to week.
Michael, going to you as a quarterback, you look at all the great quarterbacks, John Elway, Joe Montana, everybody, Tom Brady. They've had a strong running game, some great pass catchers, some playmakers on the outside. You guys seem to have that. How confident are you heading into the season that you guys have what you need to not only compete, but to do a little bit more than you did last year?
Yeah, we definitely have the players we need at our receiver positions to make big plays. I've been working on, getting the ball out earlier with a line that's a little bit they have less game time, and I've had less chances to play, so I know that I can't stand in the pocket as long as I used to when I had a veteran line. But our receivers are able to get open. They have speed, and I'm confident that with enough time I can make big plays.
Rory, you're one of the two really, really good multi-sport athletes at Independence. You play football, baseball, Kyle, football, basketball, and track. So you guys have, I know you've got a lot of game experience as well. So when you look at what you and Kyle bring to the table, how exciting is it from your standpoint that a defense isn't going to be able to say, okay, we're going to take Rory out of the game because then Kyle's going to beat you, or if they try to take him out of the game, it's going to open up opportunities for you? It
is really exciting because, we'll have one game where obviously Kyle's doing really good or me doing good, because they can't guard both of us. They're going to have to do, double team him or, rush more guys, blitz more guys, so we can't run the ball. So just opens up more stuff for our offense to do, run up the ball, pass, everything.
David, from an offensive line perspective, you don't get to see much of the action. You're bumping heads with the guy across from you. But just knowing you've got a 4-year starter and a quarterback, you've got two really good multi-sport athletes that are dynamic on both sides of the ball, how much does that kind of alleviate some of the pressure you feel as a lineman, just knowing that, okay, if I don't get my job done 100%, these guys can still make a play?
It definitely helps this year with how everyone's so young on the line. I'm the only returning starter, and it's a lot easier with knowing that those two are back there and we have Kyle outside to help us.
Obviously, you guys knew you were going to be young on the line, so you've had an off season to kind of prepare for it. What did you guys do just to kind of come together as a unit and to make sure you were ready physically and mentally?
We definitely did a lot of that. We went into the weight room almost every day in the summer and then the spring. I've had practices, worked out, ran plays, went over plays.
And Michael, we talked a little bit about Rory, talked a little bit about Kyle being some dynamic playmakers. Who else are you kind of looking for this year on offense to bail you out when you need it and to make some big plays at key times?
Luke Pascarella, he had a chance to start a few times last year, and he's coming back, so he's got some experience under his belt. And then we also have a new receiver, Evan Beecher, who I'll be looking for too. Also, Max Tarnowski is an outside receiver I look for as well. So definitely playmakers outside.
And Coach, I think every game last year you probably averaged 2 or 3 turnovers defensively. You had some guys stepping up, interceptions, fumbles, big plays like that. A couple of those guys graduated, but do you expect to be as stingy on defense and to still get those takeaways?
Definitely. Coach Chirilla does a great job with the defense ever since he's been with us. He's a great defensive mind, and Coach Dan Moles and Joe Porak, they do, those 3 guys do a great job, stressing takeaways. We talk about, the importance of just the whole tackle itself and shedding blockers and getting guys to the ball. If we get enough hats to the ball, things are going to take care of themselves. Someone's going to strip it, or someone's going to make a big hit, and that ball's going to pop out, and we're going to take advantage of that. We'll bring the pressure to kind of force that quarterback to make some errant throws where DBs can step in and make some big plays downfield.
I know the high school game, coaches don't think too much about their kickers, and their punters. You can't go out and recruit kids like colleges can, but you've got a pretty good kicker in Casey McGee, and I've got to think that's a little bit of a weapon for you, where a lot of coaches are like, okay, if we're at the 30-yard line, I don't think we can kick a field goal. We've got to go for it on 4th down. You have that luxury of saying, okay, I know he can hit from 50, 52 yards. How nice is that to have a little weapon in the kicking game?
It's huge. He's a 4-year starter coming back as that kicker, but just as importantly, Rory snapping, and Kyle's holding, and those 2 positions are just as important as the kicker. If we can't get a good snap and we can't get a good hold, that ball's not going in. So those guys are all back also. But Casey has done a great job this offseason. He's gone to many different camps. He's hooked up with some kicking coaches, and he's getting a lot of his kickoffs into the end zone right now. He can hit from about 50 to 54 yards with his field goals. So it really is a nice weapon to have.
And then before I let you guys escape out of here, let me talk to the players. Last year everybody made the playoffs, but you guys got that playoff experience. You know that week 11 it counts, and different than in a regular season game where you could lose and come back the next week. In the postseason, you lose and you're done. How much does having that experience and knowing you're going to make the playoffs again this year, just because that's the way the OHSA has changed it, but how much does that help just knowing that you're ready for those big game moments?
The energy is definitely different when it comes to playoffs, so having that experience from last year and the year before definitely helps all of us. I mean, even though we've had a lot of our players graduate, the few, like me, Rory, and David, we all know what it's like to be in that position, how much harder you have to work to, stay or keep your season alive.
Yeah, in playoffs, the pressure is real, and we've, dealt with that pressure in the playoffs. We came back and won against Monroeville, and so we're just kind of used to it now. We got a little taste of it last year, and it was really good,
With the little experience we have with everyone out there on the line, and then everyone that's different and hasn't played, it's different, but with what we have out there and everyone who's been to the playoffs, besides the freshmen, everyone's seen the games, been to the games, seen the practice, what everyone's put into it, so it'll help.
All right, and Coach, last question for you. Just keys to victory this year for the Blue Devils. What's it going to take, both sides of the ball, just to go out and get the job done on a nightly basis?
The big thing is our health, just staying healthy, keeping guys, playing. Our big focus this year is we've talked about the broken window theory, just doing the little things, taking care of all, the little things in the game, for the linemen stepping right. Receivers are watching the ball into their hands. Quarterback is throwing on time, getting his steps right. Running backs are seeing the holes, tucking that ball in. Defensively, just flying to the ball, being aggressive on defense. Doing those little things. If we can focus on those, then everything else will take care of itself. So we ended the year last year on a sour note against Lucas, and obviously the team knows that those guys coming back, that they want to extend that season longer than what we had. We had that opportunity last year. We kind of let it slip through our fingers. So, we want to really extend that this year.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate you guys making the trip out here from Independence. It's not exactly a short ride, but appreciate your time, and good luck to you guys this season. I'll see you out there in week 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the
Thank you.
Independence Blue Devils here at 2021 CVC Football Media Day. Next up, I believe we have Lutheran West, the Longhorns, making an appearance here at Media Day. Once again, I am Steve Hare, the CVC Sports Information Director. We've already heard from CVC Commissioner Don Lewis. We just finished up the first team out of the Metro Division, actually the second since Edgewood snuck in with the Chagrin Division, but that was Independence. And up now is the Lutheran West Longhorns, making their, I believe this is their second season in the league, correct, Coach? We got microphones there. I have a little up and down.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Sir. My
All
first
right.
year, our staff's first year.
Right,
Correct.
right. And this is Coach John Perella?
Yes, sir.
All right. Coach, go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you, and then just give us a little quick overview of what we can expect out of the Longhorns this year.
This is Eddie Lewis. He plays running back for us. It's Jack LaPointe, quarterback for us. Excited to have them both here and back this year. We're just trying to get better every single day this year and every single week, and just be properly prepared to go out and just get better and let the end result take care of itself.
You're in your second year, correct?
Well, I am. First year as a head coach. Last year as a volunteer assistant. Yes, sir.
But you're not new to football.
No, sir. Yeah,
You've got an impressive history. I know you graduated your son this year, so he went out Iowa or Nebraska.
Oregon State.
Oregon
Yes,
State.
sir.
I knew it was
Yeah.
out there somewhere. But congratulations on that. I think it was week 1 last year. He had that incredible game. Maybe it was week 2. But
I think it was week 2 versus Westlake. Yeah, I think he had like 3 touchdowns and defensive
watching
touchdowns.
him throughout that season, then incredible year for him. So congrats on that. But,
Thank you.
So obviously you got some big shoes to fill. Who are some of the guys this year that you expect to count on to kind of not only fill in for some of the seniors you graduated, but also to make their own mark?
Yeah, well, I think you're looking at 2 of them here with Eddie Lewis and Jack LaPointe, and we're counting on them immensely, as well as not just being great players, but also the leadership side of it. So, and then you look at our roster, we're extremely young. The guys that are older players that are making a huge impact for us, the Dom Capretas, who's a senior, playing O-line and D-line for us. Excited about him, excited about Eli Burns, linebacker for us, who's another young player we're excited about. Richard Lucky, who will be a junior, is a big offensive lineman, defensive lineman. That are players that we're really counting on to help us flip this season into something we can all be very proud of.
Yeah, let's turn to the players and just going into a new season. Last year didn't go as well as you would have liked it to have. The good thing is it doesn't count. Now this year, Friday night, you get to open a new chapter. How do you guys see things playing out this year?
We're hoping for the best. We've been working very hard this off season, and we're just hoping that it all pays off. So we're very excited.
Yeah, to go off what Eddie said, we're out there every day practicing, and our motto here is to win the day, and that's just what's important now. And to us and our team, what's important now is getting better and making sure that we're prepared for the season. And when our first game comes and games after that, we just play and figure out what's important then. So.
Eddie, I believe you were a first-team all-conference running back last year. So obviously teams are going to know who you are. How do you expect to kind of counter the attention you might receive from opponents this year?
I don't really get fazed by that. I'm just worried about what's important for my team, not only me. Football is a team sport. I don't really care if other teams key on me. We have a lot of young players. We have a lot of great players. So it's more about what we do, not what they do.
And Jack, just when you look offensively, defensively, what are some of the keys to victory? What does Lutheran West have to do every Friday night to come out on top?
I think the keys to victory are just staying together as a team. It's all about the brotherhood, to be honest, and it's just as long as we do our parts and everyone does their part and plays great, I think we'll come out with a win. But we're just more focused on getting better each day. During practice, games, it's all about the brotherhood.
Coach, teams often take on a personality, similar to what their coach played with. And if that happens with your team, I have to imagine you guys are going to be a blue-collar, physical football team, plays with some intensity. Have you seen that happening yet?
I have. I think the challenge for us is to get better every day. I mean, I think it's, our school has been a great tradition of in sports of hard work and great character kids. I think now is just taken to the next level of just trying to improve on a day in and day out basis. And as far as me, my days are long gone. But I will tell you, I think our kids are hard workers. I think they're extremely brilliant in the classroom as well as off the field. Now we just need to get that into their work ethic on the field.
What have been some of the biggest challenges from a player's perspective just in the off season, getting ready for a new season? Either you guys can answer that one, but just, what have you encountered that has been a little bit of a struggle, and how'd you overcome it?
To be honest, I think one of the biggest struggles is just the weather, and we play through the heat. It doesn't matter if it rains, shines, 100 degrees, 20 degrees, it doesn't matter. We're out there practicing every day. And that's honestly like the hardest part about it. It's just climbing over that wall and making sure that we're all focused, making sure that we're all wanting to get better each day. And I think that all of our players are like that.
Eddie, how about your thoughts on that question?
I think we've transitioned very smoothly, like Jack said. One of the biggest struggles has been the weather. This area, we don't have the best weather, so just getting used to that and being able to play through anything.
I have to imagine, since you two guys are sitting at the table here at CVC Football Media Day, you are among your team's leaders. How have you embraced that role, and what's your leadership style?
To be honest, the leadership role started early last year. Like after the season ended and after Coach became the head coach, he started talking to us right away, and it started all the way back in January when we were weight training and whatnot, and then it translated then into when camp started and now practices. Me and Eddie and a bunch of the other seniors and even some of the younger guys that we have coming in, we've all taken on a leadership role, and it's all about accountability, and that's been a very big part of our program now, holding each other accountable, and that just begins with us older guys, and it translates all the way down to the freshmen. So one of our mottos is to glorify the freshmen and make sure that the freshmen are doing what's right. So we have to lead them by example and by talking to them every single day. So I think me and Eddie and plenty of other guys have taken on that role very well.
Eddie, is that a role you cherish? You like that role, being a leader?
Oh yes. Me and Jack, we're sitting here. We love being leaders, but the most important thing is for us to be servant leaders and to serve the younger guys. Like he said, we transitioned very smoothly into being leaders. We've been there since day one, since Coach came, and he stressed us about always just being there for the younger guys, and that's the thing that we've prayed about and we've talked about a lot, and it's become a big part of our program.
I know last year I saw your name come through a lot of times in the stat line, just having some pretty big games. They're going to count on you again. How do you get better from last year? What's it going to take?
I'm just here to make my teammates get better, and everything else will fall into place. It's not really about me.
Coach, offensively, what do you try to do as a team? I mean, obviously you got a great running back here on your right-hand side there, but, you can't just run every down. How do you mix it up, and what do you hope to do this year?
Yeah, well, we're blessed with some good receivers. One would be Manny Diaz, returner, I think he was second or third team All-State as a defensive back as well as receiver. He's a great player, extremely fast, and obviously he's a kind of go-to target. And Kelly Conway and some other guys that are guys that are going to help us get the ball down the field when we need to.
And then defensively, just your style of defense, I have to imagine, is knock the other guys off their cleats and hunt down the ball carrier.
I think that's every coach, right?
Right.
The biggest thing is make sure we know what we're doing. We're in position to make the plays every time, and be confident that we're there to make the play versus somebody running wide open down the field. And we're excited about the kids really taking on the process and developing and getting better every day.
One of the things I've talked with all the coaches is just culture and how much that plays into a factor, and you guys are kind of developing that culture. How's that coming along? And I know just hearing from these guys, it's all about the team and serving each other. So that's got to be a good ring in your ears there when you hear that.
Yeah, well, I think our staff's done a tremendous job of not only demanding that, but getting it across to the young men that, in the end, football's going to end, but what's next in your life, and how that will help you develop the next phases of your life. I don't believe there's a single leader in the world except Jesus Christ who was ever born. I think they were made. I think somebody helped them, challenged them, encouraged them, and taught them how to be leaders. And I think your great two examples of that are the guys to my right.
From that player's perspective, Eddie, we'll start with you, is just, what are you guys hoping to accomplish this year, and how are you going to measure success?
We'll measure our success by what we do day in and day out. Like Jack stressed, we want to win, and that stands for what's important now. So we're not really worried about the end of the season right now. We're just worried about getting better and getting prepared for this Friday and getting prepared for the rest of our season.
And Jack, from your perspective?
Piggybacking off of what Eddie said, every day we go out to practice, and then when game days come on Fridays, that's all we care about, and we just try to get better. We get better all throughout the week, and then when Fridays come, we focus on ourselves, make sure that we do all of our assignments right. We have our AAA motto that we stand by, and that keeps a lot of guys in line and in check, and as long as we can do that, and as long as we win the day, then it's a win for us.
And then just the last question for the players is legacy. What do you hope that younger players learn from you that they pass on to others?
I think the biggest thing that I can teach these younger guys is to just be a servant leader, being a young, great Christian man. I think that's like one of the best things that we can do for them. And going off of that and just making them into leaders. All we need is leaders, and everyone's holding each other accountable. We've done a great job doing that, starting that, and these younger guys are really picking up on it fast. So the quicker we can turn them into leaders and the quicker we can get them all shaped up, the better.
Just to piggyback off what Jack said, the one thing we're stressing for the younger guys is just to be accountable and to hold everyone on the team accountable. And I just think that we just want to see a big change in our school, and we will definitely. We've already saw it, and yeah.
And then, Coach, last one for you is just switching conferences a couple years ago. How has that changed anything within your program? You're playing new teams. It's a really competitive football conference when you've got Cuyahoga Heights in there that's been, to state tournaments, and Independence, who has had some really good teams in the past. You got some up-and-comers. Brooklyn's newer to the league. Trinity's had football success. Wycliffe has had a couple of nice runs, and they're all in your division. How does that kind of help your program?
Yeah, I mean, when you play great teams, obviously they're going to help us get better and learn from them. And it's a tough division, great teams in it, great history, well coached, and we're going to learn from them and try to rise up every week just to get ourselves better. And so we're excited to be part of it, excited to be part of this conference, and see how we're going to match up here week in and week out.
Sounds good. I appreciate you guys making the trip out here, and good luck to you this season.
Yeah, thank you.
That was the Lutheran West Longhorns here at 2021 CVC Football Media Day, live from Perry High School. Next up, we're going to have the Brooklyn Hurricanes, another one of those new teams to the league. While we wait for those guys to take their seats at the hot table, we'll take another look at that Week 1 football schedule. We are officially in game week. August 20th starts action in the CVC. We've got just about all of our teams in action that night. We have one game on Saturday. That'll be Hawken at Trinity. But as I said, up next we have the Brooklyn Hurricanes here with us. Glad you guys could make the trip out, and welcome to your first CVC Football Media Day.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Pat Costanzo?
No, I'm Tim McFarland.
Okay, I had never met. I talked to Pat on the phone, so I wasn't sure. But Tim McFarland sitting in for head coach Pat Costanzo.
Unfortunately, Coach Costanzo decided to step down from the program due to some personal reasons.
Okay,
so.
Are you the new head coach?
I'm the new head coach, yes.
Well, there you go, Coach. So obviously you've got your work cut out for you. It's just a new program. But let's introduce the guys that you brought with you, and then we'll turn it over, give us a little preview of what the Hurricanes are expected to do this year.
I brought three players, our three captains with me: Alex Hernandez, John Barry down at the end, and Jake Sullivan in the middle. All are seniors. As I mentioned, they're all captains, and they're all players that we're really counting on this year.
Now, I believe you have 8 returning all-conference players, so that's a solid core to build from. How much has that helped kind of the transition from one coach to the other?
It has helped quite a bit. Our linemen have worked very hard in the off-season, and we have a very good group of interior linemen. And we're kind of shifting our scheme away from kind of a packed-in shotgun formation to more of a spread look. And the guys have worked very hard during the two-a-days to pick that up and incorporate all of the new concepts that we're bringing.
That's not an easy transition to make, going from a packed-in offense, running the football every down, to trying to spread it out. How has that gone, and do you have the tools that can make it happen?
Well, we more than have the tools to make it happen. I think we've been blessed with fellows that really care and are working very, very hard. We've been kind of limiting how we introduce the offense. We're using the same defense as we used last year, the 4-2-5, but our offense is changing, so we're bringing it in each day. We bring in new plays and new concepts, and I must say, guys are really picking it up. They're studying the playbook, and so far it's been a very good camp.
All right, let's turn it over to the players. Whoever wants to answer, it's not easy to go through you lose a bunch of guys to graduation, and then you got to get ready for a new season. Well, a coaching change on top of that kind of confuses things a little bit. It makes it a little bit harder. How have you guys dealt with that change while also stepping into your new roles?
Well, obviously any change isn't easy for anyone, but our coaches have led us in the right direction to get ready for the season, and that's all we're worried about right now. Just taking it day by day and trying to win the day, and hopefully it leads into the season when we make some damage.
What has been, one of the biggest challenges you guys have faced in the offseason as you're transitioning to a new coach and some new formations and philosophies?
I would definitely say it's definitely change of the new head coach, but our coach, McFarland, definitely put us in a position to win this year. And he's brought new guys in to help us, and I think we're looking stellar compared to years before.
And for you other guys, what are some of the challenges you have encountered here in the preseason?
Yeah, like Alex said, it's the changing of the head coach, but he makes everybody on the field confident. He makes us feel like we can win and go somewhere.
Yeah, with the change of the new head coach, and it's helping us get in new players, and we were low on numbers, so I feel like we got a huge new confidence boost coming into the year.
Jake, you're the wide receiver, right?
Quarterback
this year. You were a wide receiver.
Last year, yep.
Okay, so for you, transition, I remember your name, again, statistics coming in. You had some pretty big games, so now you're taking your playmaking abilities behind center. How's that going for you?
It's good, actually. I've played quarterback my whole life, and wherever the team needs me, I'll play for them. Not much of a change. I ended last year at quarterback, so I was doing pretty good at it. So.
When Coach mentioned he's going to open up the offense a little bit, what was your reaction?
I liked it a lot better because I got a really good arm. I can throw. I got a strong arm.
Who are some of the weapons that are going to help you out on Friday nights?
We got kids like Anthony Starr and Jordan, I think his last name is Figueroa. They can catch the ball really good. They're out here every day working with us, helping us, getting the team better. So.
And then defensive players out here as well?
That's these two.
Let's talk defense. What can we expect out of the Hurricanes? What are you guys going to try and accomplish this year?
Stopping them. We can hit hard. We got a lot of guys on the line, Zach Hoskins, Alex Hernandez. We got 2 really good defensive ends, and our linebackers look stellar this year. Me, Anthony Starr, Aiden Starr, and Aiden Nelson. We all pretty fast, can hit hard.
When you look at Brooklyn, the Metro Division as a whole, a lot of smaller schools. You're going to have guys out there playing both ways, 3 ways, counting special teams. It takes a special drive to go, for a full four-quarter game to hit as hard as you did in the first quarter and the fourth quarter. So what drives that out of you guys? What inspires you?
Well, definitely this year, after being named captain over the weekend and really just getting a new feel for everything, you kind of build this confidence, and this confidence drives you to have a big ego and try to go into games and thinking you're on top when, you don't really know what to expect going into a Friday night. But, like I said, the coaches put us in a real good situation this offseason to get us real hyped up about going into this new season and finally getting a full 10-game schedule compared to last year getting shut down, and that really helps us a lot.
What are the keys to victory for the Hurricanes? You guys, whoever wants to answer can answer. But what's it going to take every Friday night just to kind of go out there? Obviously, you got to score more points than the other team. But from a individual perspective, what do you guys have to do?
I would say, honestly, giving it our all. We're kind of low on numbers, and everyone needs to be out there and play with heart the whole game, all 4 quarters. Like last year, messed us up with the second half. We got slower in the second half. This year it can't be that way. So I feel like if we played all full game, we'll be good.
Coach, hearing what you're hearing from your players, that obviously has to sit well with you, but it takes a little bit more than words. Have you seen that in practice? Have the guys come every day, and what's it going to take for them to carry that over to Friday nights?
Guys are working really hard, and in this heat, with lower numbers, to see the effort that they're putting out day after day after day has been very impressive. There is no quit in these guys. And they're conditioning hard, they're practicing hard, and it's been fun to see them come together as a group, as a team. They are building, I think, a new tradition, a new base for Brooklyn football, and the direction is upward from here. And these are going to be the guys that in the years to come, people are going to remember that relaunched Brooklyn as a football power.
That's a great segue into one of my favorite questions. I love to talk about legacy because, I just asked what kind of inspires you guys. And some of that inspiration typically comes from you want people to remember you and learn from you. What do you, we'll start from the left and go to the right, but what do you guys hope to leave behind that people are going to remember about you as a player at Brooklyn?
Just the leadership. I like when like the younger guys come up to me and ask questions like how to get better and like what's faster, what works, and yeah, the sensation of helping them makes me feel good.
The leadership, making sure that the younger guys know what they're doing for next year and make sure that they have enough confidence to even go out there and play on Friday night. So.
Yeah, to also go off what they were saying is definitely the leadership role that we've taken in this year. Definitely builds character going into years leading up. And it's a big thing and a big segue, I feel like, for the people to come on for years to come at Brooklyn to really, turn this thing around and give a new culture shock and what we're really about. So I feel like it's a great thing that we have good leaders and a great team and great coaches to start turning this program in the right direction.
Coach, one for you, just talking about the league as a whole, and I talked with Lutheran West, another one of the newer teams into the league. You come into a division that's got Cuyahoga Heights that's been to state finals and into the playoffs for many years. They have this long history. Independence has had a lot of success. You can look up and down, Trinity's over here. They've had a long success of football history, success. Wycliffe has made some nice deep playoff runs. They've had some quality teams. So you're in this conference now where every Friday night you're going to get pushed. How much does that help your program kind of elevate itself?
Well, I think it helps a lot. I think if you want to sharpen steel, you use steel. If you want to get better, you play against the best. And I think that our players are ready. We've been talking about respect everyone, but fear no one. And that's the mental attitude we want to take into every game. And we want to work hard during each week, get better every day, and get ready to take on the best.
And then just one last one is I've asked everybody is, obviously everyone wants to go 10-0, make the playoffs, win a state title. Not every team can achieve that goal. Only one's going to end up on top at the end. But how is Brooklyn going to measure success? What's it going to take for you guys to walk out of the season saying we did what we wanted to do?
Well, I would say if we win our division, make the playoffs, and go deep into the playoffs. Our goal is to go out and win every week. But also our goal is to grow as young men, to develop men that are going to be men of character. They're going to be leaders in their community, and they're going to be good dads, good husbands, and that's an important goal for us as coaches to work towards as well.
Outstanding. Well, I do appreciate you guys making the trip out here for your first CVC Football Media Day. I wish you a lot of success this season, and hopefully we'll see you in that long postseason run.
We sure hope so.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
I appreciate
you.
it. Yeah, thank you very much. That was the Brooklyn Hurricanes here at 2021 CVC Football Media Day. Here live from Perry High School. Once again, we'll throw up this week 1 football schedule for you. It is game week. It's an exciting time of the year as fall sports are kicking off. We had CVC Soccer Media Day on Monday. Tomorrow night we'll be out at Chagrin Falls for the CVC Volleyball Media Day. These are a ton of fun to do, so looking forward to all of them. But we got a long way to go today before we finish up. And up next we have the Trinity Trojans and Coach Jeff McSweeney.
Ryan McSweeney.
Ryan McSweeney.
Yeah, filling in for him.
All right, filling in. I wasn't sure. So, all right, Coach. Well, thanks for being out here, making the trip with your guys. But go ahead, introduce who you brought with you, and then just kind of give us a quick overview of what we can expect out of Trinity this season.
Yeah, I appreciate you having us. I have all seniors to my right, Kavan Robinson-Carter, Ian Anderson, and Dominic Pagano. Kavan is a defensive end and offensive guard. Ian is our quarterback. And Dominic is our center and defensive tackle. After last season, we graduated a really good senior class, had a really good year, had our first playoff victory in quite some time, and that's what we're looking to repeat this year. We've got some guys that will be juniors, some sophomores that will become juniors, and some freshmen will be sophomores that we're looking to fill some big shoes.
All right, and I know Ian from basketball. He was pretty fun to watch on the basketball court. Like the effort, so I'm going to start with Ian. But Ian, just give us a rundown. Trinity. We talked to some of the other teams. This division as a whole is pretty talented. Has a lot of football success and history to it. And here's Trinity, one of the newer teams in the division. How exciting is it to just kind of jump into the mix and see what you guys can do?
It's really exciting knowing the success we've had the past couple years in the conference and knowing what we can do and competing with all the teams right from the get-go.
What is it going to take this year for you guys to find success? You're competing against Independence, Cuyahoga Heights, Brooklyn, a lot of teams that are on the upswing. You're not going to take a night off in the Metro division, but what's it going to take for you guys to find that success?
We got to be committed during the week through practice. We need to practice hard, and then we got to stay disciplined as well. We got to make sure that we do what we're supposed to.
And let's go on over there to is it Kavan? I can't even read my own handwriting. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, talk about the excitement of coming into a new season and just being able to leave your mark this year.
It's very exciting, super, super exciting for me, especially for the other guys. Just ready to build off from last year and continue the success that we had.
You were all-conference defensive lineman, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Talk about your style. What do you bring to the table every Friday night?
Very fast off the ball, very physical. I'm looking for to hit the quarterback every play.
When you look at the offensive and defensive lines, you're in that position group at practice, so you probably know them better than, well, there's another lineman sitting here, but what can we expect out of that group on both sides of the ball this year?
A very physical, dedicated team, I would expect us to have a very, very good blocking scheme and all that.
All right, let's go over to Dominic. Dominic, you were all-conference performer last year as well, right?
Yes, I was.
Talk a little bit about your development from last year to this year and what's it going to take for you to kind of sustain that success?
Well, I just have to follow all the weightlifting programs we have religiously, just trying to keep building on my weight, get stronger, get more physical. Just looking forward to this season. I think I got stronger. I think us collectively as an offensive line got stronger. I think we're going to be a lot tougher to handle up front. We're going to be a good run team. We're going to be a good pass and set team. And I just think we're going to be an intimidating team to play every week.
Coach, offensive and defensive teams, who's been getting the better of the other so far?
It's back and forth every day. Some days, as usual, you have really good defensive practice. Some days you have really good offensive practice, which is really good. That's what you want. You want these guys competing every day, whether it's the ones versus ones or ones versus scout team. We've been done very, very well this offseason.
You've got 5 returning all-conference players, which helps build a solid core that you can lean on, when times get hard. How much has that helped, and how do you get those new guys around them to kind of play at that same level?
Yeah, it helps a lot. And the new guys that are stepping up into a little bit bigger roles, we have a pretty tight-knit group. So these guys have kind of shown the way a little bit. Some of these newer guys played in some sort of role last year. And a few of the new guys, I'd have to mention LeJohn Woods and Mikey Miles are 2 big guys that are stepping up for us offensively and defensively as signal callers and as playmakers on the offense. So having these guys around, being returners are big for our future success this year.
Ian, you're back at quarterback, right?
Yes, sir.
Talk about your offense a little bit. What can we expect out of you, and who are you looking for to make some plays for you this year?
I'm looking forward to throwing to all of my receivers. I have 3 new receivers this year since we graduated a whole bunch last year. So I have a really good connection with LeJohn, so I'll be looking to give him the ball a lot.
What are some of the challenges you guys have faced in the offseason, and how have you overcome them?
Well, we have new offensive coordinator this year, so we had to learn a couple new plays, but that's about it. Like, everyone's doing their part and making sure that we're going to be good.
Kavan, defensively, what's the strength of the team?
I would have to say probably our D-line. Not just
Imagine that.
Not just based off of me playing, but I feel like our defensive line is very physical. It's going to be very hard to stop us coming through.
When you look at some of the CVC teams, Cuyahoga Heights, Independence, they like to air it out a little bit, so that's going to put some pressure on the defense. And Brooklyn's talking about opening things up, so Lutheran West, too, they're going to throw the ball around. So you guys have to put some pressure on the quarterback. How do you get that?
Just coming off the edge, I would have to say. We have some really good defensive ends, as in like me, Krishan, Ryan Trent. We're very physical, fast off the ball, and even with some, like having Mikey come off, our middle linebacker, just stuff like that.
And then Dominic, offensive line, talk about some of the other big guys that are up there that are going to kind of help you protect Ian.
Well, we have some big offensive linemen. I think we're going to be one of the bigger offensive lines in the conference, at least. We got Marquise Allen, our right tackle. He's 6'5", about 400. We got our left tackle, Rob Thomas. He's 6'3", 300. We have our right guard, Brendan Port, who is, he's about 5'11", 270. And then we got me, who's 6'1", 250. And then our left guard, Ryan Trent, who is 6 foot, 210.
Who's responsible for the pregame meals for that offensive line group?
Coach. I think he's regretting that.
Yeah, I think so too. Coach, assistant coach, let's go back to you. Just playing in the CVC, you're going to see a lot of different styles. Like I said, Cuyahoga Heights likes to air it out. They've got strong running game. Independence has done that. Brooklyn's transitioning. Edgewood, they came in and sat with us through the Chagrin division, but they've got some playmakers. So how do you get your offense running at a high level while also giving your defense enough reps and get out there to kind of stop the other team from doing what they want to do?
Yeah, defense obviously always wins championships. I think that's a phrase that everybody loves high-powered offenses nowadays. But when it comes to it, the defense is very, very important. So teams that are going to air it out and play different styles, like some of these other schools do, who've had a lot of success, we put a lot of pressure on our defense, and especially our defensive backs. We think that's also another one of our strengths. We've got some speed back there, which will help a lot. And then and offensively, we're going to rely on our athleticism and our four-year quarterback and leaning on guys up front.
Going back to the players, you guys can take this in order if you want to, or however you want to work it. But, Trinity has had a history of success on football. You've had a couple years that haven't gone quite so well, but you have an opportunity in front of you to restore that tradition. How important is that to you, and what's it going to take?
It's very important, especially as a senior. Just what we went through my freshman year, sophomore, especially junior year with the big year we had going into playoffs, winning the first playoff game, and I don't know how many years. It's a super big deal to just have a great season this year and with a huge legacy.
Yeah, I think it's important to build off of last year, winning our first playoff game in a long time, and just to keep the ball rolling. Like, the team did special things, just showing these young guys what it's all about.
I'll say I'm going to have to agree with Ian. We just got to keep building on off of last year. And how we do that, we just keep working hard every day at practice. We stick together. We just do all the little things right, and we just give it all we got on Friday nights.
Coach, keys to victory. What's it going to take?
Oh, we got to own the offensive line, offensive defensive line, first and foremost. We got to come ready to play up front. That's where the battles are won and lost. And then obviously our senior leadership, we're going to lean on a lot of that. A lot of these guys that were around the last few years. As we mentioned, when these guys were young a few years ago, they remember how it was. We went through some tough times, and last few years have been some better times. So we're really going to be leaning on our seniors for that leadership day in and day out.
You guys open up on Saturday, right? You get
Saturday
the Saturday game against Hawkins.
Yep.
So, yeah, you get that extra day of prep. Is that a good thing or a bad in week one where you want to get out and, play some other guys, but you get that extra day? Sometimes it helps, sometimes it hurts. What do you guys think?
I mean, extra prep never hurts. I mean, you always just want to make sure you got everything set and ready to go. You're completely ready, so we know who our opponent is. We got everything going, and we're ready and completely ready to go to beat Hawkins on Saturday.
All right. Well, this is the Trinity Trojans here at the CVC Football Media Day. I appreciate you guys making the trip out here. Best of luck to you. I will be out there on Saturday, so I'll get to see you then. But good luck to you, and thanks again for coming.
Great. I appreciate you having us.
Thank you.
That was the Trinity Trojans here at CVC Football Media Day. Up next, we are going to welcome Cuyahoga Heights. That is not Coach Al Martin, so we'll get to the bottom of that here shortly. But Cuyahoga Heights is up next here at CVC Football Media Day. All right, here we go with Cuyahoga Heights. Coach, welcome. Players, welcome. Coach, go ahead, introduce yourself, introduce the guys you brought along with you, and then just give us a little overview of what we can expect out of Cuyahoga Heights this season. Flip your mic up there. There you go. Up one more. There you go.
Oh, there we go. It was off. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Ken Safranik, Coach Safranik, Coach Kenny. I run the defense here at Cuyahoga Heights. Been doing it for a little while since Coach Durazio retired. But to my right here, we got the quarterback, Luke Torgerson, from a long line of Torgersons here. We got Ryan Krajewski, running back. Both of these guys are OLBs. I don't think we have many one-way players, right? None of them. And then we got Owen Schukert over there. He plays wide out and cornerback for us. I think overall, we have a lot of guys returning that are really hungry, that are ready to have some fun this year. They've worked really, really hard after not being able to get in the weight room and have that true off season last year. We got a bunch of scrimmages in that were just really, really great for us. You make the kind of mistakes that are good learning mistakes, and I think we're ready to pound the pavement now and get into the regular season and start winning games for sure.
To say last year probably didn't sit well with the players would be an understatement. Things just didn't go well. That's not the Cuyahoga Heights way. How ready and eager are you guys to kind of right the ship and get things the way they're supposed to be out there in Cuyahoga Heights?
We got to get back on to the Redskin mentality, how many ever years we made it down to the playoffs, win playoff games, make far playoff runs. You got to get back to that Redskin mentality and that leave a legacy.
You guys want to chime in on that one too? That's an important question on how you're going to turn things around from last year.
Zana? Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
I mean, obviously, going to Cuyahoga Heights, we've had a long line of very good football teams, so we want to get back on that. We've all been working really hard this offseason, and we're all ready to do that.
Yeah, I feel like last year just didn't sit right with us, like, at all. It just hated it. We got to really get back to fighting and winning.
Luke, a lot of that, the burden of that, the pressure falls on your shoulders as a quarterback. Just going back 15, 20 years, it seems every year Cuyahoga Heights has had a stud quarterback, and by that I mean a guy that can throw, he can run, he can knock guys over and do all those things while also having that winning mentality. How do you fit into that mold?
I think I fit in pretty well. I've been training really hard this offseason, improve on my throwing a lot, trying to get as fast as I can, big and strong as I possibly can, get back to that Redskin way.
Coach, just looking offensively, obviously you return your quarterback. That's always a good thing. You return some other talent as well. What's the key to success on that side of the ball? What are you guys going to try and do, and what's it going to take to get there?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's always running the ball, right? Running the ball makes everything easier. Our line coach and our line works really hard. But when you're running a triple option offense, it takes a lot of guys. It takes the slots. It takes the receivers, right, Owen? To hit home runs, you need to get them all blocked up, or you can read them. And we chose to do a little both. And Luke here does a great job seeing what's out there, taking what the defense gives you, and then guys like Ryan can just run people over, make people miss in space, and then obviously having the dual threat of being able to get spread wide, 5 wide, and throw the ball. It's an added threat, and it's a lot to prepare for. But it starts with running the ball for sure.
Whoever wants to take this one, Cuyahoga Heights is their offense has always been so difficult because of what you have said. You can pack it in and run the ball with 5 guys going different directions, or you can spread it out and throw the ball. So for you guys, just offensively, how exciting is it to be able to be so diverse on offense?
It's really exciting because running the ball is great, and then we can pass whenever we need to. Any situations like third down or whatever. So yeah, I think it's really good to have a good running and passing team.
I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, you want to score obviously as many times as you can in a game. So if you can switch up and create as many ways as you can by running, passing, it always gives you an advantage.
And then just one of the footprints or the glove that fits at Cuyahoga Heights is always the defense, and you guys have always had that lunch pail. We're going to smash you in the mouth kind of defense. Is that what we can expect this year?
Oh, yeah, I think you could expect a lot of that. Our defense is very complicated, but I think we're all starting to get it right now and making those little small mistakes, but they're very fixable.
Coach Martin, since he's not here, I'm going to say this, and then if he calls me on it later, I'll just deny it. He's one of the most intense coaches around, and whether it's coaching girls basketball or football, he's just a guy that he always looks mad, but he's not. He's a heck of a guy, but he just has that game face. How do you guys feed off of that and just his mentality, the way he approaches a game?
I mean, I personally really like that. He will always push you no matter what to be the best version of yourself, and it really has helped us as a team and me individually as a person, so I personally love that.
Anyone else want to chime in on that one? You all afraid of Coach, aren't you? I see it.
I love his mentality. It really forces you to become a man, and I think you learn a lot from him, throughout 2 days and just throughout 4 years of high school. As a quarterback, he is a quarterback as well. You learn a lot from him.
Coach, again, going back to last year, it wasn't a Cuyahoga Heights season, so that obviously was one of the priorities. Just get that out of your heads and start over this year and get things going again. But other challenges, what have you faced this year, and how have you kind of overcome some of those things?
For sure. I think it kind of rolls over from last year. Last year we didn't maybe get the off season and things that we wanted, and that rolled into the season and things like that. And this year it's kind of like finding that new normal again. And these guys have done a great job. I mean, our weight room participation has been crazy. These guys have bought in. But maybe the real challenges for this year has been some injuries to some key guys, missing guys here and there. But also just coming together as a group. It takes a hot minute to coalesce around the seniors, which I think we have right now, and then get those kids, which kid is going to go where. We've had a couple nice position battles that I think have shaken out, which is, that's almost something unheard of in small school football,
Right.
which is nice.
Players, just from last game until today, how have you guys, it's one thing for the coaches to say, okay guys, we got to right the ship, we got to get things going, we got to play Cuyahoga Heights football. It's another for the players to take it upon themselves and go out and say, okay guys, we need to get into the weight room, we need to work harder, we need to finish these sprints off. How have you guys embraced that challenge, and your teammates, how have they bought into it?
We really emphasize family on our team and rising as one. We had to do our 1/11th as a job or it won't work. The team won't succeed. They can't all. Everyone has to do everything right.
We're always pushing everyone to be in the weight room, be on time, come to all the extra throwings, everything after practice, all the little things you got to do.
One of my favorite things to talk about at a CVC Media Day is the CVC, and we're fortunate. We have a great football conference. We have a great conference overall. We talked about that earlier, but football in particular, and Cuyahoga Heights has been in that mix for a long time. I remember those battles you guys had with Kirtland, 10 years ago, 8 years ago, and just the way that the entire league has kind of elevated itself around teams like that. Chagrin Falls had some great runs, West Geauga, Perry, and now we see all the teams. Brooklyn's making a little comeback, Lutheran West, Trinity, they all have that same mindset. How cool is that to be part of a conference like that where you're going to be pushed and challenged to kind of elevate your own game?
Well, I'll take that one first, but it's fantastic to have such great football back in the conference. I remember the old MAC 8 days, and there was some great football being played there, and it's great to see. I think almost COVID has, while it did kind of seclude us all in our own little worlds, it also expanded our ability to communicate with each other, maybe virtually and things, and a lot of people reached out to each other, and football-wise, I think the football community grew. I think the football IQ has grown. I think kids have gotten a lot stronger and a lot more into understanding what it takes. Not that people didn't before, but it's definitely more of a ubiquitous mindset of we're all playing football, we're in the CVC, there's no week off. I mean, Trinity is great to see them coming back. It's great to see Brooklyn. It's great to see Lutheran West. I mean, it really is a slog to get through the season, and it's a lot of fun Friday nights.
All right, and then players, just we'll start left to right, and just kind of give me your individual goals for the year. What are you hoping to accomplish? And then team goal. I mean, everybody wants to win the state championship. That's the dream, but your attainable goals along the way. What do you hope those are? Mike?
Good now?
There you go.
Team-wise, I mean, we want to win the conference. We want to go and continue the Redskin legacy, deep playoff run, leave our mark. And individually, I mean, I just want to do whatever I can to help the team, whether it's on special teams or offense or defense. So that's just me.
Yeah, individually, I would like to get first team Ohio again, try to reach that goal as best I can, and improve my defensive skills and hopefully get that too. And as a team, we just got to do our 111.
Individually, I'm going to try to have the least amount of turnovers for sure. Got to not turn over the ball a lot. I think as a team, though, we got to rise as one, do your 111th, and try to be conference champs this year.
All right, and Coach, before we let you guys out of here, keys to success for Cuyahoga Heights. What's it going to take to, number one, get that bad taste out of your mouth from last year, and number two, achieve your goals this year?
Yeah, I think these guys really expressed it well right now, which is rise as one. Do your 111th. I think last year maybe, obviously it wasn't what we wanted, but it was also an extraneous circumstance, right? We were not as strong. We needed a track season. We needed a lot of things. This year we got all that. I think if we do our job, this team can be special. There's a lot of hungry guys that are ready to go. They're having fun at practice, and, man, they can fly around and hit some people too. So I'm really excited for it. I think if they just stick to that doing their job mentality, bring that work pail and hard hat, and let's go. I think we got some good things coming.
Outstanding. That is the Cuyahoga Heights Redskins. The league is better when you guys are playing well, so good luck to you this season, and appreciate you making the trip. That was the Cuyahoga Heights Redskins here at the 2021 CVC Football Media Day. That is going to wrap up our Metro Division portion of tonight's live stream. Next up will be the Valley Division. They are due in at 7 p.m., so we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll see you back here in about a half an hour.
Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Welcome back to the 2021 CVC Media Day live from Perry High School. I am Steve Hare with Ohio Varsity and the CVC Sports Information Director. And up first, representing the Valley Division, are the Cardinal Huskies and new coach Chris Parati. Coach, thanks for making the trip out here with your guys. Go ahead and let's start out. Introduce who you brought with you, and then give us a quick overview of what we can expect out of the Huskies this season.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us. This is an awesome event that you guys put on for us. But to my left, Mike Soltis, All-State offensive lineman last year. He'll be our left tackle. To my immediate right, Zach Zako, running back, linebacker. And on the far right, John Avalon, starting center and nose tackle as well. This is kind of what you see is what you get. I mean, this is the meat of who we are. Cardinal football, for as long as I can remember, has been big and tough and gritty, and that's pretty much what we are going to continue to try to do this year. I remember when I played at West Geauga, it was a tough football team. Always gave us definitely a big game, and that's what we're going to bring. We're going to continue that legacy that they brought from before.
Obviously, transition year, going one head coach to another. How's that transition going? Introducing any new concepts, anything that is challenging to the guys?
That's been the really great thing so far. I've had a great relationship with these guys, and there's a big reason why I picked these three and the more that I have. They were freshmen when I first made my first appearance at Cardinal. And, we've bonded over the years, and I've been really fortunate to be able to coach these guys once again. That's hasn't been an issue really at all. Couple tweaks here and there offensively, but I've been lucky enough we're going to continue the same offense. And defensively, I'm the DC as well, and we're adding some wrinkles, and I'm pretty excited for.
Obviously, you're not short on size. You got some pretty big guys to rely on, and winning that battle up front, especially in a Valley division where a lot of teams are running, the wing tee, that type of thing, where you need a little bit more size and agility up front. How key has that been for you?
We're going to get our test week one. We're playing against Garrettsville, and they run their version of it for sure, and that's going to be the starting point. Valley Division football is typically a run-first oriented, but with Garrettsville, we're going to get our test. We're going to see who's the big bad.
All right, let me start with some of the players here. I'm going to start all the way over to the right. The big guy, Mike, obviously big year for you last year, earning all Ohio honors. Here you are back again for another season, but the bar gets a little bit higher. How do you kind of build off what you did last year?
Kind of doing the same, but almost doing it better, trying to really be better than myself last year has been a big key thing that I've been trying to go after.
What was the key for you last year that led to so much success?
I would say just trying to focus on my technique, trying to do all the blocks I can, my hand positioning, where my body's at, and trying to get to my blocks the best I can. That was probably my biggest key last year.
One of the things for you is you're not going to see too many guys that match up with you physically, but you're going to go up against some defensive linemen that are a lot faster than you. How do you compensate for that?
I don't know. I've gone against some guys that are the same size as me, but I definitely have gone against some faster guys. And that really, when you go up against faster guys, that's where your footwork has to come into key. That's just, that's stuff you got to practice and practice going against faster guys. We do have some faster guys in our team, and you go against those and those type of guys, and that's really my biggest key to help against faster guys.
Zach, Cardinal has always had a running back or two that, you can give them 25 carries a game and they're going to produce, and you're next in that line. You ready for that challenge?
For sure. My sophomore year, it was like that, getting plenty of carries a game. Last year I was sitting out because of injury, but now I feel ready, and I'm 100%.
Offensively, how much of the load are you going to carry? You guys going to Joey graduated, right? Joey Soltis, so new quarterback.
Yeah, new quarterback, Logan, sophomore. We've got some, I think, really good guys in the running back position. With that'll kind of complement Zach and what Zach's game is. So I think we're pretty excited to kind of lighten his load of what could have been, because I definitely need him defensively as well. He's going to be a two-way starter.
Yeah, and so Zach, just like I said, going back to now you have a new quarterback, so a little bit more of that burden is going to be on the ball carriers. You ready for that challenge?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We practice that a lot, so really we should be ready for it.
And John, another big guy down there on the end, wrestler too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I like those football wrestler combinations, especially for the guys up front. You need that physicality. And what do you bring to the field every Friday night?
Oh, you mean wrestling does help a lot with hand fighting, everything. It really makes you a tough, nasty guy when you do it, and that's what I try to bring to the table every night. Just bring my 100% every game.
Coach, nice having a defensive coordinator here. I love that side of the ball. And just, in the past when Cardinal has had really good teams, they've had really good defenses. Have you focused on that side of the ball a little bit since, that's where you cut your teeth a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird transition. And typically, Friday nights when the offense is on the field, I kind of go in my corner with some of my guys. So it's going to be a weird transition having to be involved with the offense and be right there in the referee's hip pocket. But, yeah, I mean, I'm still, I'm an intense guy when it comes out there, and these guys know, sometimes I'll just start getting crazy. And I think that's the kind of attitude you have to have defensively. That's what we want to bring.
Last year didn't go the way anybody had hoped it would. None of that matters on Friday night, but how do you ensure that this season goes the way you do want it to?
Really, we got to go out there starting 100%, and we got to keep the pedal to the floor. So, we can't let up these big plays and then have it bring us down. We got to keep our heads up.
Mike?
For me, as far as a team, I think we just need to focus more on ourselves and doing what we know is right, and make sure we're doing everything on our end, and then the scoreboard's got to take care of that.
And John, just as another perspective, especially being the guys up front where a lot of that's going to be controlled, what's it going to take?
Yeah, going off what Mike said, we just got to go out there and focus on what we need to do. We can't be focusing on, what's going on with the other team or anything. We just got to focus and do our jobs and what we need to do, and I think we'll be successful if we do that.
Shake up in the divisions this year. Kirtland moves up to the Chagrin division. Beechwood drops down. You got Grand Valley, Harvey, Hawken, Crestwood, Cardinal, and Berkshire. I don't want to say that Kirtland had a lock on the division title, but they've been pretty dominant over the last decade. So the door's a little bit open, but it's not going to be easy. You guys still have to take care of business. What's it going to take to win that division title when you look around in this room against some of the other teams you're going to be competing against?
We can't let their size and what they do in pregame intimidate us. We gotta go out there and we have to intimidate them from what we do and what we're running and everything. Like I said before, we just got to keep the pedal to the floor.
I think it just goes back to we just have to focus on ourselves and do what we know is right, try to eliminate the mistakes, and do what we can to our best ability.
Football is a fast-paced game. You guys had a fast-paced off-season. Did it kind of help that you just had to turn the page quickly and get ready for a new season? You didn't have much time to dwell on things that the 2-8 season, the off-season changes. Was it just nice that, okay, we just got to pick it up and keep rolling with it?
Yeah, it definitely was fast-paced. I mean, I did track, and next thing you know, I'm right out of track, right into football lifting, and it was just back like I never left. We've done some pretty intense workouts this summer, and I think we're ready to go.
Coach, looking at your team, you're going to have some strengths, you're going to have some weaknesses. How do you maximize your strengths while minimizing your weaknesses?
Well, I mean, it starts in practice, obviously, understanding where our weaknesses are at and continue to build them up. We know what kind of football team we are. We know, how we're going to run things, and I think that's one of our biggest strengths is we know who these guys are. And that's been the great thing about this transition is that there isn't really any change as far as, or my coaching staff knowing these guys. And I think that with our communication from the coaching staff and on the field especially. It's one of the biggest things that I thought I missed last year with Zach being out defensively. I think that probably hurt us more so, just that lack of communication. And those are some of the things we've been harping on a lot during camp.
And then just we'll start from left to right and, talk about your individual goals, John, for this season and just what you guys hope you can accomplish as a team.
I mean, as a team, I really hope that, we can have a Week 11 this year. I mean, last time we did that was 2002. I mean, I know last year, obviously, everybody made the state playoffs, but this is something special. We have a great group of seniors, and I just really am hoping for a great season, make it into playoff football. Never done that before, so.
Well, John, you are going to make the playoffs this year. Everybody makes it again through the OHSAA. They added everybody makes the playoffs, so I think you're looking for Week 12 now, right?
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they did it again. They continued it, so everybody will make the playoffs.
Oh, that's great then. Well, Week 12.
There you go. All right, Zach, individual and team goals.
Individual goals is definitely, I set a pretty high bar for me. We haven't had a 1,000-yard rusher in a long time. Even if I don't get that goal, I want the team to just succeed. Week 12 is definitely in mind now.
All right, Mike?
Personally, for me, I mean, obviously, I would like to go back-to-back All-State. That's a huge goal of mine. But honestly, right now, I'm more focused on the team. I'm more wanting the team to succeed and really have a good season. Obviously, we want to go for that Week 12.
Coach, you heard the individual and team goals from your players. What's it going to take for them to accomplish all of that?
First and foremost, I think, we got to beat Garrettsville. We got to outwork them. I mean, that's going to set the bar. One of the things that, I want to make sure is that we do this week by week. I know it's kind of like the standard with a lot of football teams now, but always in the back of our head, we know who we play Week 10. And, we got to continue to focus on the guys that are directly in front of us. And I think if we could take care of business week after week, we know what will happen on Week 10.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate you guys making the trip out here. Good luck to the Cardinal Huskies this season.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was the 2021 Cardinal Huskies here at 2021 CVC Football Media Day live from Perry High School. Up next, it looks like we've got the Grand Valley Mustangs and Coach Nims making the trip from Orwell. While we wait for them to take their seats, we'll take a look at our Week 1 CVC football schedule. Everybody will be in action on Friday night with the exception of two teams who will play on Saturday. That'll be Hawken at Trinity. Our CVC TV football game of the week will be Orange at Beechwood. So we'll be looking forward to that starting on Friday, bringing CVC TV back for a second season. And now let's turn the page and learn more about the Grand Valley Mustangs. Coach, appreciate you guys making the trip. Let's start out by introducing who you brought with you and then just give us a quick overview of what we can expect out of the Mustangs this year.
Well, thanks for having us. We're excited for this season. To my left here we have CJ Samsa. He's going to be a tight end receiver, linebacker for us. He's a senior. To my immediate right here we have Will Seeger, who will be a DB and a wide receiver for us. He is also a senior. And all the way to my far right we have Hunter Perry, who will be a running back and defensive lineman for us, who is also a senior. This season we're looking forward to coming together as a team. This off season has been awesome for us. We've really focused on being a team, and last year was kind of a weird year for us. I don't know if it was just us, just with the whole COVID restrictions. It didn't seem like we were able to get the camaraderie and the teamwork that you normally have on football. The thing that I think that makes this game so special is that bond with your brothers. And this off season has been awesome with the bonding and the camaraderie we had. We actually just had a team picnic yesterday where we had some nice bonding. So we're really working on our teamwork this year and being disciplined and doing the things that we need to do for this upcoming season.
Obviously, last year didn't go the way anyone had hoped it would. How quickly did you tell these guys that's over? Let's look ahead.
Yeah, it's for us. It's 1 week at a time. Put the past behind us. It's a new team. It's a new season. And we're really excited about the things that we have going for us this season, and we're really looking forward to redeeming ourselves. Our senior model this year is redemption, and we're really looking forward to the opportunity to redeem ourselves this upcoming season.
All right, let's start over there on the right. CJ, as a senior coming off of a winless season, how important is it for you to have your team kind of turn the page and look ahead and find some success this season to close out your career?
It's really important for us this year. Last year, like my coach said, it didn't really go the way that we wanted it to, but this year it's like our motto is, it's redemption. We want to come out and kick butt the first game and put everything out there.
And Will, what was different about this offseason due to what happened last year and just not finding the success you had hoped? What did you guys do differently?
This year we had actual team liftings, as last year we were split up into like 3 groups throughout the day because we weren't all able to be in the weight room at once due to the COVID restrictions. So due to that, we're actually together as a team, and I feel like that's helping bring us together more.
And then Hunter, just what is the key from your perspective to turn it around this season and close out your career in a positive way?
The relationships between all of our teammates. There's nobody who gets left out, and no one thinks they're higher than anyone else. We're all the same, all on the same goal.
Coach, let's talk a little bit of offense. What can we expect to see? I know a couple years ago you had a really good running back. I didn't get to see you guys last year, so I'm not sure what you're bringing back. But what can we expect to see out of the Mustangs?
I think we'll be a balanced offense. Should be able to run the ball some. We have a kind of a running back by committee. Hunter will be one of them. James Phillips will be another one of our running backs, and Keegan Hart. With he has some health issues right now, but hopefully we can get him some carries in there this season. We definitely have some skill guys this year who can catch the ball and do some things on the outside as well. So we're looking forward to be able to, whatever the defense gives us, being able to do.
Hunter, what have you seen out of the offense in the preseason? Is it to your liking? Are you confident that you guys are going to be able to score some points this year?
I love it. It's completely different tone than last year. Last year just seemed slow. No one really wanted to come together and do anything, but this year is completely different.
All right, let's pass that over to Will. Will, as a wide receiver on that offense, who are going to be the big playmakers for you guys this year? How are you guys going to spread the ball around and make sure everybody does their part?
I feel like Nate has done a pretty good job lately of spreading the ball out and actually making the defense have to cover everyone across the field. Like, we've all been hit with the ball pretty evenly lately. But Bobby Rogers especially does like to hit him.
All right. And then, Coach, kind of talk defense. Obviously when you were 0-10 last year, you got to find a way to stop the other team from scoring more than you, and that's going to start with your defense. What can we expect to see?
Well, defensively, it takes all 11 guys, and defense is kind of the ultimate team position out there. And we need all 11 guys running to the football and making gang tackles. And I think that was one of the things that we were really missing last year. The guys have been doing a fantastic job this offseason and make sure we're running to the football and gang tackling as a team.
And CJ, sounds like you have a little bit of versatility on offense. Tight end, wide receiver, you got a favorite position?
My freshman year I started out as wide receiver, but I definitely think tight end is more to my liking because I'm able to go out flex and go out for passes, or I can go down into our joker look and I can go in, kick out the end, or go after the backer and help our running back score a touchdown.
Coach, going back to defense for a minute, you got some offensive guys here. I'm sure they play a little bit of both ways, but just defensively, what are you running? What kind of formations? Do you mix it up?
We're a base 4-3, but we can get into different fronts. We have a lot of guys that are versatile, can play multiple positions, especially CJ. He's kind of a linebacker slash defensive back for us. So depending on, we get a lot of different looks from different teams. Some teams that like to come in tight and run the ball. Some teams like to spread it out. So we do have the versatility to be able to match up with what other teams do, and it's a testament to these guys and their ability to be versatile and learn multiple positions.
From your scrimmages, you find some strengths, you find some weaknesses. Have you been able to put all of what you learned in those scrimmages into action so you could get better?
Well, actually, our first scrimmage got canceled with Fairport because of their low numbers. So
Right.
we kind of did a little inter-squad scrimmage, and we got a good look at the guys there. And this weekend we got to scrimmage Cognac, who's going to be a really good team. And we were kind of really basic with what we did. We kind of wanted to see certain things from certain people. We have a lot of competition at different positions, so we were able to rotate a lot of guys in. And we were able to see that there's going to be some guys that are going to be able to get some playing time, and we kind of, got our guys figured out who's going to be out there come game time.
One of the keys to success for any team is culture. What's the culture like from a player perspective? How's everybody? Everyone talks about everyone's 1/11th. Everyone's got to do their job. How's that coming together for the Mustangs?
It's coming together pretty well. Everyone, like I said before, we're all on the same goal. No one's going on their own path. We're all a team.
Looking at the CVC, the biggest change is Kirtland went up to the Chagrin division, and not that they were a lock to win the division this year, but they're coming back as 3-time state champions, so they would have been a favorite in the division. With them up in the Chagrin, it opens it up for everybody in this room. How's it going to shake out? What's it going to take for you guys to beat everybody in here and stand atop?
Well, it's definitely going to be an open race here, and we fully expect to be a big part of that race. There's going to be some tough teams. We got Harvey, new to the division this year, so it'll be interesting to see what they do and how things shake out with them. And then we got our traditional rivals, Cardinal and Berkshire, who will no doubt be part of the race as well.
All right, and just players, let's just start from the left and work our way over. Talk about your individual goals, what you're hoping to accomplish to close out your senior year, and then what you'd like to see the team do this year.
Well, first of all, I just want to win. After last year, that's the only thing that's been on my mind all off season is just I want to win. So really, I have no personal goal. I just got a team goal, and I'll do anything to help reach that goal.
All right, and Will?
My personal goal is to have more wins my senior season than my brother. He graduated 2 years ago in the 1-9 season. Besides that, I want to win this year. I really hope as a team that we can come together and get more wins than we have in these previous 2 seasons.
All the way on the end there, CJ.
As far as personal goals, I really just want to. As far as defense went last year, I thought I did pretty well, but I really want to try and step it up a little bit more on the offensive side this year. But as far as our team goals go, I want all of us to play as a team, come together, and as Coach said, make gang tackles. We all need to be 100% in it all time, and I think if we all do that, we're going to have a great season this year.
Coach, I'm sure you have some goals too. You probably have some you don't want to share, but what are you hoping to see your guys accomplish this year?
Well, every day we always greet each other with Pluck the Falcons, and that's our team that we play their very first week. So our first goal is to beat Jefferson week 1, and then we always leave each other with CVC champs, and our goal is to be CVC champs this year. And we think if we're CVC champs, that puts us in a good spot to be in a good position come playoff time, and we'll see what happens after that.
All right, gentlemen, I appreciate you making the trip out, and good luck on Friday against Jefferson.
Thank you. We appreciate you having us.
That was the Grand Valley Mustangs here at the 2021 CVC Football Media Day live from Perry High School. Up next will be the Berkshire Badgers, Coach Josh DeWeese. Once again, we'll take a quick look at our Week 1 CVC football schedule as we await the Badgers' arrival. Welcome back to the 2021 CVC Football Media Day live from Perry High School. Up next in the Valley Division, we have the Berkshire Badgers, Coach Josh DeWeese. Coach, thanks for making the trip out. Go ahead and let's start by introducing who you brought with you and just give us a quick overview of the Badgers this season.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having us out. I have Lucas Stoddard here, number 80, playing tight end and defensive end. Number 11, Jack Keene, playing in the slot and playing linebacker for us. And number 12, Josh Brown, playing wide receiver and free safety for us.
You lost some pretty talented players, but you also bring back some talented players, so a few of them sitting at this table. What's been the key to kind of getting new guys to gel with these older guys, the veterans?
It really does start with last year's seniors. We had a great senior class with 14 guys that really showed the way in the weight room and showed the way that the culture of the program worked. And the guys I'm sitting with, along with their classmates, really took to it. So they put a lot of time and effort into preparation and taking care of each other. So that's really been our foundation.
You talked about that senior class. I believe they had two playoff games or appearances, 2 seasons. They made the playoffs, right?
Just one with that group.
Just one?
Yeah.
When was the first one?
2015.
Oh, okay, so that was a year. I was a year off, right? Or
Yep.
2 years off.
Yep.
Something like that. I'm bad
Somewhere
at math.
in there.
All right. But that senior class that you graduated, not only were they a talented group, but then they went and led the baseball team on a crazy run, which was a lot of fun. But it's tough to replace a class like that had so much success. But I think you've got some talent that you can do it. So let's start there. I'm going to talk to Lucas first. Lucas, I mean, you're no stranger to big moments. Your trip down to the state wrestling tournament, I think that prepares you for a lot of things in life when you can compete at that level on a wrestling mat. How does that translate to football, especially when you're going to have to carry so much of the burden this season as one of the leaders?
I think the way sports, wrestling, football, it all correlates together to how hard you work in the off season and how much effort you put into everything you're going to do. Obviously, wrestling and football are very different beasts. We got to play as a team together, but I feel like the leadership we have on this team can push us to the best we can be.
Coach, going back, one of those seniors was your quarterback. So where are you at that position?
We have a sophomore coming in, Miles Miller. He played in spots last year. He actually sparked a win against Cardinal in week 1 for us in overtime, scored the winning touchdown.
I remember that.
He's got some good experience, and he's a gamer. He's a competitor, so we're feeling pretty good about him moving forward. And plus, to go along with that, we've returned basically our whole line on the offense. We only lost one player up front, so we have a veteran line returning with him. So that's a nice security blanket.
Josh, you're going to be one of those playmakers that the Badgers look to this season. Your brother has departed, and you got some, I don't want to say you have big shoes to fill because you've worn your own shoes already. You've made some big plays. But just taking your role this year, how have you embraced that, and what are you looking forward to?
This season I'm really just looking forward to, being with the team, improving together. These guys, I want to be a whole this season and, move on together. Don't really want to single myself out at all, just everything as a group and as one and as a unit.
Jack, you're a two-way player. You're going to be counted on to make some plays on both sides of the ball. Are you ready for that challenge, and what are you looking forward to most?
There we go. Yeah, I'm really excited for this season. I played a little bit of both ways last year, but not as much as I'm going to be playing this year.
Going back to Coach, let's start on the offensive side of the ball. You've got to replace your quarterback, a couple other guys, as we talked about. You've got some talent coming back. You mentioned your line coming back, which has to help. But what do we expect to see out of Berkshire on the offensive side?
Much the same. Spread offense, inside-outside zone. We made a few moves. Lucas here is going to tight end from his left tackle spot. Jack will be working in the backfield along with Josh in the slot. And then we have a few sophomores fighting for spots right now on the outside. So offensively, it's coming together pretty nicely.
Lucas, that's got to be pretty exciting, going from just mauling people to now having a chance to maul them and then catch a pass and score a touchdown.
Yeah, I can say it's every lineman's dream to be able to catch the ball, run the ball. Just toting the rock is kind of like every lineman's aspiration. But at the same time, I'm almost playing a third tackle. So it's a lot of the stuff I know how to do from playing left tackle. It's the reach blocks, the end kickouts, but the route running and the ball carrying is a whole new monster, and it's something that I have put a lot of work in to learn and hopefully master by the end of the season.
And then just for the guys that are catching passes, aside from Lucas now, you guys have a quarterback. Jacob Brown had, some crazy athleticism, decent arm. Miles comes in. He doesn't have the experience that Jacob had, but he's got some of the same talent. How exciting is it just to know that you guys have been predominantly a running team, but you also have the ability to throw, and Miles can follow suit with that?
We're pretty confident. In Miles, even as a sophomore, I feel like he's really picking up, and we surround ourselves around each other and him, and confidence just builds together in what he can do, what we can do. So.
Yeah, I really have a lot of trust in Miles this season. We've put in a ton of work in the off season, even outside of football times. We just go out and we'll throw the ball. And I really have a lot of trust in him this season. He's gonna make some big plays.
Going back to that baseball team's run, a lot of times when one team at a school has a lot of success, that kind of filters out to other teams because, some of the same players do that. You get that mentality that, if they can do it, why can't we? Have you seen that, Josh? Has that kind of filtered in, changing a mindset a little bit?
Yeah, and the baseball team definitely, with their great run. Coach Brzenko did a great job in that class. But I think it goes beyond that. Even with the girls soccer program and the wrestling program, it really has leached through the whole athletics of the building, and everybody's been energized.
And now let's talk defense. You guys have always been opportunistic, a lot of turnovers, creating some turnovers. You had some fourth down goal line stands last year. How do you build off of that and keep doing a lot of those same things?
One of the nice things that we were talking about the offensive line returning, we see the same thing on the defensive front. We have Lucas at defensive end. We have a new player in helping us out at the other defensive end. And then at the tackle spot, we have a 3- or 4-man rotation of veterans. Mike, linebackers, back in our 4-3 defense, and Denton Yoder. And then Jack on the outside with Alex Munn, who had a stellar wrestling season last year as well. And we feel pretty good about our defense. Yeah, we mix it up a little bit. We'll have some stunts and some blitzes in there with the 4-3, but we look to continue to be opportunistic.
Josh, I know you play some DB. Jack, you play some DB as well? Is that?
I played strong safety last year, but I'm moving to the outside linebacker position this season.
Oh, okay. But looking at, as Coach talked about, just having that defensive line come back, making impact, chasing down quarterbacks, hurrying throws, that's going to give you guys some opportunities to make some plays. How exciting is that? You're looking at the chops to just kind of get out there and do some of those things?
Yeah, I'm really excited. Him next to me at defensive end, I trust him. He's gonna take some guys down this season. And, he almost broke the fumble recovery record last year. He's always looking for the ball and getting play make.
Yeah, for sure. Those guys up front, that's where it starts. I can't do anything without them. So, they're a big blanket up there. We're just trying to handle what we can, behind them, and we're just going to see how it goes.
Lucas being one of those guys that's going to wreak havoc and chase down quarterbacks. You also have to be confident knowing you have some talent behind you that if you don't get to the quarterback, they're still going to be able to make plays. How much is that reassuring to you just to know that you can go 100% and do what you have to do? If you're a step slow, you have some good coverage behind you.
I know a lot of DBs will say, all the games are won in the trenches. Well, it starts there, but you need that team behind you, and I think our team has the culture and has the drive to have each other's backs and have everybody do their job. So even when I know I'm one step late into getting the quarterback, I know there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys behind me that are flying to the ball, making gang tackles. I think we'll have a successful defensive season if we can all stay together and play as a unit.
Coach, 6-4 last year. You bring back 5 all-conference performers, and basically both of your lines. I mean, that's a pretty good recipe. How excited are you for the opportunity you have in front of you?
I'm really excited, just in the sense that we have a younger group behind that line with the opportunity to learn while knowing that there's protection in place and to grow as a unit. And really the sky's the limit once they start moving in that direction.
All right, and we'll start from left to right. And this time I've been asking everybody goals and things like that. I'm going to ask you to name some other players that on your team that you expect to make some big plays this year. Since they couldn't be here with you, give them a little shout out. So go ahead, Josh, you can start it.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to shout out, Denton Yoder. He's big at the mic spot, on the line for sure. Cage is out there blocking for us. He's great to have around. Who else we got? Alex.
It's not an
Munn.
open book test.
Yeah. Alex Munn is really stepping up for us this year, and he goes out and gives it his all. So, for sure.
Lucas, who are you looking to make some big plays this year?
I think, like we said, our veteran offensive line is going to open up huge spots. We have Cage Martin coming back at center for his 4th varsity letter. He is a huge leader on our line. Coming back, we also have Jeremy Bozier moving from right to left tackle, who in the right mindset can be a force to be reckoned with on that line. And I think just the guys we have up front, and not to leave any of them out, all 5 of them can make plays, so the guys behind them have the ability to make plays.
All right, Jack, who are you looking to step up this season?
Being a skill position, I'm going to have to call out my skill guys. A lot of them are young, like Miles, and a lot of our receivers are young sophomores, so I really think they're going to step it up this season. I'm going to have to call out Miles again, especially him. I think he's going to be a really big playmaker this season.
All right, and Coach, we talked about it. 6-4 last year. You bring back your lines. Expectations are high. What are you hoping to accomplish this year, and what's it going to take?
Honestly, I just want to see this team continue to grow together. And as we continue to do that and move towards each week and take that on 1 week at a time, I think we can achieve a lot of greatness this year.
And looking at the Valley Division, talked to with the other coaches. I mean, you've got Beechwood in there, 6-1 last year. You guys were 6-4, and then you have Crestwood, Grand Valley, Harvey, Hawken. Harvey's a new addition to the Valley Division. So every night it's going to be a challenge. You've got somebody out there that's going to be trying to take what you're looking for, and how do you get these guys to show up every Friday night and play with that intensity that they're going to need to play with to win a championship?
Yeah, the CVC's been great. I mean, every year that we've played in it, there's always great competition week in, week out, every Friday night. And really those lights and getting out on that field, there's nothing like it. So getting up for the game is usually something that's just there and it's built in with the culture. But really it's a wide open season. There's a lot of great teams in the CVC, and it should be a really fun season.
I think you're going to be tested early, right? You travel to Cuyahoga Heights week 1?
Yeah, we're going to go up and see Coach Martin week 1 and see where we stand at the moment.
Yeah, nothing like throwing your feet in the fire early. That's they're hungry. They had a down year last year, so that should be a good test for you guys on Friday night. Appreciate making out the trip. Appreciate you making the trip out here today, and good luck to you this season.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Don, thank you. Have a great night.
Thanks, guys. That's the 2021 Berkshire Badgers here from the CVC Football Media Day live at Perry High School. Up next, we have the Crestwood Red Devils making their way to the hot seat. Jack? Okay, just making sure. Had a couple assistant coaches come that I didn't know who they were, so. Welcome back to CVC Football Media Day, live from Perry High School. Up next in the Valley Division are the Crestwood Red Devils, along with Coach Jack D'Amato. Coach, appreciate you guys making the trip down 44. And let's start out. Why don't you go ahead and introduce the guys you brought along with you, and then just give us a quick overview of what you expect out of your team this year.
Sure. Thanks for having us, first off. Next to me, I have Evan Daniels. He's a senior quarterback, and he'll also play a little DB for us as well. Next to him is a running back and linebacker, two of them, Ethan Strahan and Louis Plaziola. for this season, we're looking to get better week after week and just continue to grow as a team and develop our culture and our program.
Newer addition to the CVC, some different competition. You got used to seeing everybody out there in the Portage County League and in those teams. You come out here and, you can't watch enough film to learn enough about these guys. But going into the second season of CVC play, how much has that helped, that familiarity, knowing some of the teams that you're going to be playing with every Friday night?
It definitely makes it a little bit easier going into year two. Obviously, we didn't see everyone last year. We didn't get to play Cardinal or Hawken. In our side of the division, or Harvey, who's now with us. So, obviously a lot of film will be watched, and a lot of film will be watched to try to make up for that lack of knowledge of those teams.
All right, let's start with your quarterback and talk some offense. Evan, what can we expect to see out of you guys this year, and any new wrinkles you expect to throw in there?
It's pretty much the same as last year. I mean, I don't know. We didn't really change anything up. I mean, we lost some good guys, but I mean, same stuff.
What do you guys like to do offensively?
We were gonna run a lot, but I think we changed that up. I think we're gonna pass a lot this year too. I don't know. I mean, as
a quarterback, you like that, right?
Yeah,
Your eyes light up a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, and then Ethan and Louie, a couple of running backs. So Crestwood's run that wing tee for a long time. I don't know how if you've adapted off of that or what you've done with it this year. But running backs get a lot of touches. How exciting is that for you guys to start a new season, knowing you're going to have an opportunity to make a lot of plays?
It's very exciting knowing that with our offense we get a lot of touches and a lot of opportunity to score and eventually win games. And with the offense, I like it because we can pound the ball, and throw a quick pass, easy score, and the defense never knows what's coming.
Ethan?
Yeah, no, it'd be cool to get to run the ball this year, and I didn't really have that opportunity last year because, we had so many good players. But, yeah, just be exciting this year. Just go out and play and have fun.
You're playing linebacker as well, right, both of you guys? Talk a little bit about your defense. What do you guys bring, how do you bring that intensity on Friday nights?
I mean, the same as last year. Just got to go out and perform. I mean, that's really it. Just get better week by week. Scout our opponents, know what they want or know their tendencies, and just go out, give 100%, play hard.
Louie, who are some of the playmakers on defense that we can expect to hear about every Friday night?
Of course, me, Ethan, Evan's brother and Evan, Aiden Guklick, all of our D linemen, Nate, my brother, Cody, and we got a few young kids that are hoping to be a big part of the defense. We got 2 juniors coming back, Noah and Jonas. So I think, and we have Jake Rowe. So I think our defense overall will be pretty good this year, and we have a lot of older leadership. So I think that should help.
Coach, any changes from last year that you've implemented this year that you're kind of waiting to see how it pans out?
Not a whole lot of changes. Obviously we're continuing to develop our program and see how everything goes, but not a whole lot of changes offensively and defensively. Defensively, we've been pretty similar for the last couple of years. Coach Baldwin is our defensive coordinator, does a great job. We have a new offensive coordinator this year, but it's going to be pretty similar to what we've done in the past couple of years. A little bit of spread, run the ball a little bit, use those slots as running backs as well. So it'll be similar. Coach Reininger does a great job with that as well.
A lot of your offenses misdirection and so assignment football becomes very important. How have these guys embraced that role?
These guys do a great job. I mean, Evan had I think 50 yards away from breaking the school record last year, passing the ball. Louis had 900 yards in 9 games. We have great receivers, Aiden Guklick and Evan's twin brother Mason Daniels, and then our guys up front. We're still pretty young up front, but those guys come back from last year with a year of experience. So I think we have 3 starters back from last year. Four starters back, sorry. from last year on the offensive line that that helps us a lot. We lost 3 seniors. They were good, 3 good seniors, but a center and two wide receiver DBs. So
you had 8 guys last year that earned all conference honors that are back this year. So you were a young team. You went 3-6. Those guys come back with that experience under their belt. How much have they kind of led the charge for these other guys that are going to get some opportunities this year? How have they kind of led the way and showed the younger kids how to play the game right?
That's the exciting thing about this group is there's 6 core seniors that we have. We have 8 total seniors, but the 6 core have been together since I think kindergarten or first grade, and have played youth football all the way through to the middle school and now into high school. And they're leading our classes that are coming up. We have a big freshman class, 18 kids, or 17 kids, sorry. And these guys are teaching the Crestwood way and the way that we want to operate moving forward, and how our culture is and what we believe in and how we operate.
Player perspective on that question, you guys have a lot of young kids that are stepping in. How cool is it for you to play that role? I mean, a few years ago, you guys were freshmen, sophomores, looking up at the older guys, and now the roles are reversed. How have you guys embraced that?
It's just cool how when we were freshmen, the seniors, we thought they were jerks to us, but they were just trying to lead us. And now we can lead the younger kids and show them that football is an amazing game to play. And if you stick with it, you can be truly great. And it's really great.
Evan, as the quarterback, you're going to have a lot thrown on your shoulders. Like we talked about, the misdirection, but you guys want to air it out a little bit as well. From that perspective as a quarterback, how do you kind of get yourself ready? It's hard to run one offense and then implement a part of another, and you've got to be able to do a lot of different things while also processing where your middle linebackers are, where the blitz is coming from, what kind of coverage you're facing. So as a quarterback, how do you kind of, from that 2 seconds you have from the huddle to the line of scrimmage, how do you prepare yourself?
I just try to I try to be a leader. I want people to look up to me, so I try to have a voice. I don't walk around all slouched. I try to stand up straight. I try to do everything right and just be perfect kind of. That's my goal.
Ethan, everything I remember about Crestwood defense is just hard-nosed kids attacking the football. You've got to step into that role. How have you embraced the past of Crestwood history and just kind of taken it upon yourself to play aggressively and with a lot of intensity?
I mean, we're all a bunch of hard-nosed people. We all grew up with each other. We all know the Crestwood way, the way it's always been. Just hard-nosed, and we embrace that. We try to go out and play hard, hit hard, and just make plays.
And then, Coach, expectations. What are you hoping to accomplish this year, and what's it going to take?
We just want to get better week by week. That's really what we're looking to do. I know it sounds cliche, and every coach says it, but really that's what we're trying to do every week, every game, every day, every opportunity that we get to play. We're gonna take advantage of it and get better and learn and coach them up and try to do everything that we can to make it a successful season. But success, it's defined different ways, and for us, it's building our program, building our culture, in also winning games as well.
Right, and then we'll just start left to right. Let's talk about your individual goals and then what you hope to accomplish as a team this year.
I just want to win. Just want to win with my brothers.
I mean, I just want to know that I went out there and I just gave 100% every time. It's my last year, so I just want to know that I left it all out there with my brothers and my family.
Louis?
Same with Ethan. I just want the whole league to know that even though if we don't meet our goals, that we went out there every single play, hit our hardest, and gave it our all, and that the league will remember Crestwood football.
Outstanding, gentlemen. Well, I appreciate your time. Thanks for making the trip out here. Look forward to seeing you this season, and good luck. Appreciate it. That was the Crestwood Red Devils here from the 2021 CVC Football Media Day live at Perry High School. Next up is the Harvey Red Raiders here, who are dropping down to the Valley Division, so a new look for the Red Raiders. Let's give them a minute to take their seats. We'll take a look at our Week 1 CVC football schedule. It's game week, always the exciting time of the year. Fall sports gets rolling, and it happens quickly. And so here we go, the Harvey Red Raiders, Coach Mickey Monner. Coach, thanks for coming out. Why don't you start out, introduce the guys that you brought with you, and then give us your elevator pitch, a quick overview of what you expect out of your team this year.
Definitely appreciate you guys having us. Great event put on by the CVC Conference. I think it's really great experience for our kids to experience something like a media day. Get to feel like a team in the Big Ten Conference or the ACC or something like that. So definitely appreciate you guys having us. Going left or right to left, we got Rick Coleman Jr. We got Maurice Coffey the second. He goes by Deuce, and then Jaden Early on that far end down there. Really, we just want to establish our program and really change the perception of what Harvey football has been. We haven't had success over the last decade or so. I think if you look at all the schools in Lake County, I think we only had about 22 victories in the past decade, and that was last among schools in the Lake County area. And really, it comes down to establishing our pillars of success. We go by LEAD is the acronym that we utilize. It's love, education, accountability, and development. And really, we just want our kids to love each other, play for each other, hold each other accountable, and develop themselves as young men as part of this program.
You talked about the pillars of your program, and that's culture. It's developing a culture, and we've talked about that all night long. I talked about it at the Boys and Girls Soccer Media Day. I'll talk about it tomorrow at Volleyball Media Day. Every successful program is going to have a culture that they've developed over the years. And so starting there, how important is it for these guys to understand that they're not just going out and playing football on a Friday night, but they're playing for that school that's on the front of their jersey, and the importance of that trickling down to the younger kids so it gets passed on from team to team?
I think especially in a city like Painesville, obviously it's near and dear to my heart. I'm a proud alumnus of Harvey High School, being a Painesville resident. It means everything. And I know we have had success in basketball and football, or basketball and soccer and other sports, but there's nothing like having success in football. And when you're playing for your city, you really feel like you're playing for a cause that's bigger than you. And I think that's really something these guys have bought into. If they're able to be successful football-wise, they understand the impact that they can have not only on themselves but on their community.
Guys, let's jump right in on that note. What does it mean to you, that culture, to embrace that, and how have you guys kind of pushed your passion onto the younger guys?
Well, it means a lot to me just because my whole family's from this town. I just want Harvey football to be great, and I want to be able to say in 10 years, I went there. I started this program. I laid out the format, and that's just everything to me. I just want to be known for that and do this program to be big things because of what I've did.
Like Deuce said, my dad went to Harvey. Most of my family went to Harvey. So knowing that I have the chance to build a foundation, which like a winning culture. And like Coach Mock said before, past decades, we really haven't been winning. But I pride myself on changing that culture for the younger kids, like my younger brothers, so they could come to Harvey and say, hey, I went to Harvey and my brother started that.
You want to chime in too there?
I'm going to just piggyback off what they said, and I just want to be able to say, like, to my younger siblings, and if I have children, to say, I went to Harvey, I started that winning foundation, and I started the good at Harvey, knowing that we haven't really have a whole lot of success. I just want to be able to say I changed Harvey for the better.
All right, let's start with offense. Whoever wants to jump in on this one, what can we expect to see out of your squad on the offensive side of the ball?
I could say we have a lot of young guys, mostly sophomores and juniors. So I think we're gonna have a lot of speed on the outside. That's one of our strengths as a team. What else can I say? We're just a speed kills, so we're gonna use what we have best to our advantage.
Coach, talk about some of your weapons on the offensive side of the ball. Who are you going to be looking to make those plays Friday nights?
Well, obviously, not to be cliche when you start talking about offense, but it all starts up front for us. And I think we return three of our 5 stars from last year, 4 if you count Tyree Austin. We're just going to have him focus solely on the defensive side of the ball. But these guys from January 1st through now, they've been the guys that have been in the weight room together every single day, holding each other accountable. And I really think we're going to go as our offensive line goes. Obviously, having a senior quarterback like Rick Coleman Jr., just his ability and his skills. As we put together our plan, we have to base our offense around what he does well, and then also what our skill guys do well. So some other guys on the outside, Devon Badley, he's a sophomore. We think he has an opportunity to be a very, very special player for us. Tyshawn Vance is another sophomore, has an opportunity to be a very special guy for us. Dre Smith, he's one of the top wrestlers in the district, has an opportunity to be very good. And, we got some guys that are banged up a little bit too in Katori Shaw, but also Jay Early playing some tight end for us. And I can't forget about our running backs. Blaze Collins has come out and had a great summer for us. And then Caleb Puckett at running back as well are some guys that we can expect some big things out of this year.
And then just the player perspective, what I'm hearing is you guys have some size up front, some veteran experience up front, speed on the outsides, and an experienced quarterback. So you guys have to be pretty excited about what you guys can accomplish on the offensive side of the ball. How do you kind of put that all together and, Friday night put it into action?
Well, I feel like this offseason we all built really good relationships. So I feel like our offense really clicks. We all move with speed, fast, and together. And I feel that's a big thing on the Friday night because anybody can stop 11 guys all moving to the same direction with the same goals and all moving 100% hard. So, yeah.
Coach, what do you expect out of your guys defensively?
Again, I think it all starts up front for us. We were in a unique situation at Harvey High School right now. I mean, traditionally, we're usually a school that has about 30 athletes and 5 linemen. This year we have about 30 linemen and about 10 athletes. So, we really have to utilize our depth up front to make sure we stay fresh. Our linebackers have to come and make plays in the run game, especially with our defensive line being able to take up blocks. And then, we have to be able to be fundamentally sound in the defensive backfield. Obviously JR is another guy that we count on in the defensive backfield, but a guy like Jeriah Norris, Dre Smith, Tyshawn Vance, guys like that, are guys that we believe that can lock down guys on the outside that will hopefully, with our defensive line and our linebackers, make our lives easier in the pass and run game.
Football coaches, football fans, everybody uses the cliches. You win games up front. It's absolutely true. We talked offense, we talked defense, but for you guys from a player's perspective, you guys know you have some talent on the offensive side of the ball, but you're still going to win games defensively. How do you kind of focus on that while still maximizing your potential on offense?
Well, I think it's all about energy on the field and how we convert and make those big plays on defense, which can boomerang back and forth. And I think we have guys on both sides of the ball who play really hard and play both sides. So the energy will just keep moving back and forth. So I think that's where.
Moving from the Chagrin division down to the Valley division, you're going to see a whole bunch of new teams. There's an advantage to that, and there's a disadvantage. The advantage is they don't know what to expect from you. The disadvantage is you don't really know what to expect from them. How have you guys kind of prepared yourselves for a long season while also focusing on those league games?
Like you said, they don't really know what to expect. So I feel like we could come into the season and have a good start, a fresh start in the new conference. So playing teams like Crestwood, Berkshire, teams like that really don't know what to expect. We could surprise them for aspects, but like you said, we don't know what to expect from them. So it's going to be a challenge, but we pride ourselves on adversity. And every day we always talk about adversity because when adversity hits, you have to look to your left and right and you have to know that your brother is beside you and he's there for you.
one of the things you're going to have to get used to in the Valley Division is where in the Chagrin Division you had West Jaga and Perry that ran these wide open offenses. Typically in the Valley you're going to see some teams that like to grind it out, overwhelm you with some size, and just kind of, they run 50 plays to keep your defense on the field. So you're going to have to kind of get used to some different styles. Have you guys changed your defense at all for that, or is it just a mindset?
I think every year as you put together your plan, you look at who you got coming back, and you try to put together a defense and an offense that will really maximize those guys' abilities. And we're going to find out quick because obviously if you look at our schedule, we got Kirtland week 1. So we'll, I don't want to, it's not to downplay anybody else we got coming up, but obviously Kirtland has had a lot of success over the last couple of years. So we'll find out what the Valley Division is all about real early, get used to that grind it out type of mentality, because we understand what they're going to try to do, run the football, because that's what they've built their success on. So and playing great defense. So we're going to get a good test of what to expect throughout the season, week 1.
Win or lose that week 1 game, you guys have an opportunity to go out and really set the tone for your season. You can go out and knock off a back-to-back-to-back state champion, feel real good about yourselves. You can go out and compete, play a great game, still come away feeling good about yourselves, or you can go in and be intimidated and walk away saying, we didn't reach our potential. I don't think it's going to be the latter, but I think you guys are going to raise to the level of competition. But from your perspective, and I'd like to hear from all of you on this, how do you prepare for a game like that where you really have nothing to lose? You have to go out and have an opportunity, though, to kind of set the tone and make a statement. How do you guys prepare yourselves for that on Friday?
First, it's film study. Film study is going to show you everything based on tendencies, how they line up, things like that with Kirtland. And then it's just a lot of film because one formation might show you what play they might run because they might only run in a certain amount of time. So if you just pride yourself on film study and in the mental aspect of it, because like you said, you don't get games like this. This might be one of the biggest games you ever play in your football career. So if you just stay humble enough and play all 4 quarters, I think we should be good.
Big thing I think is discipline. I believe Kirtland is a really good disciplined team, and we have to be better than them. We have to know all of our assignments. We have to shoot everything 100%, because if not, they'll take advantage of that, and we're aware of that. And another thing is the weight room. We hit the weight room really hard, and we pride ourselves about that, because I actually see a lot of change this off season, especially not just with myself, but with my other teammates. My brothers, like he said, to the left and right of me, move faster and stronger. So yeah.
I wouldn't take it more as what not to expect, but I would take it more as to set the tone and us stepping out on that field playing Kirtland. I know whoever I have on the right and the left of me, I know is going to step with me, and they're going to have my back, and they're going to put up their 100% into every play. And I know that at the end of that game, we're going to be able to walk away saying we did the best we could, knowing we're going to win.
Outstanding. All right, Coach, last one for you is just, everybody has a different way of measuring success. Some people are like, okay, we want to win a state title, we want to win a league title, and you can measure it that way. How are you going to measure success this season?
I really measure it on, we got to go 1-0 every week. We can't make the playoffs. We can't go 10-0. We can't win a league title without going 1-0 every week. So I think we just need to take each game week by week, having these guys as prepared as we possibly can, putting the best game plan in front of them as possible, and really, obviously, wins and losses are gonna dictate how we view the success of the season. But I hate to use a John Harbaugh quote. We don't really know how good this team is going to be until 15 years from now. Really, that's the most important thing to us. If we go 10-0 and we have a bunch of guys that aren't good young men and aren't contributing to our society, it really doesn't mean anything. If we go 0-10, but we have a bunch of guys that come back and are giving back and being better human beings, really that's what's going to drive our success, and that's how we'll see. That's how we'll measure our success of how good this team is, even though I can't give you that answer for another 15 years.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that last part. Is you can go 0-10, but if your guys created a legacy that other people want to follow, you can measure that 0-10 season as successful. So that's a great outlook. But I appreciate you guys coming out. Best of luck to you in 2021 and your new home in the Valley Division. So good luck to you guys, and thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
That was the 2021 Harvey Red Raiders here from CVC Football Media Day, live from Perry High School. I believe we are waiting on Hawken, but I am not sure since they are. I think we're done here, Don. Okay, well, that's going to do it for us here from Perry High School. I appreciate you all tuning in. Let's give you this week 1 schedule one more time so you can plan accordingly. Friday night, we've got a full slate as 19 of the 21 CVC football schools will be in action Friday night. The other 2 will meet head-to-head on Saturday. Friday night, we'll have Orange at Beechwood as our CVC TV football game of the week. And then on Saturday, Hawken at Trinity will close out the week 1 contest for the league. Once again, I appreciate you tuning in. Tomorrow night, we will host the CVC Volleyball Media Days live from Chagrin Falls High School. Visit chagrinvalleyconference.com for the link to tune into that one. Once again, I appreciate Commissioner Don Lewis being here. Appreciate all the teams showing up out here at Perry. Big shout out to Perry Athletic Director TJ Rockwell for hosting and for setting everything up in here in the cafeteria. Appreciate their hospitality. And until tomorrow, appreciate you joining us.